Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras s'est porté le pays, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée et plus brillant exploit. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Merci. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a remarkable individual, Barry Janik. Barry served 4 terms as mayor of the town of Gibsons from 1999 to 2011. Known for his smile, humor, and infectious spirit, he was beloved by those that had the pleasure of knowing him. He was a pioneer in advancing smart growth for Gibsons. He spearheaded the development of parks throughout the town, supported the creation of Tetra-heated Provincial Park, and got Gibsons drinking water recognized as the best in the world. A skilled pilot, an environmental advocate that got stuff done, and devoted father, Barry's impact was far-reaching. And his story is part of the fabric of Gibsons, from being an extra in Beachcombers to his work engaging and leading the community. Barry's legacy lives on in every park, every initiative, and in the hearts of all who had the privilege of knowing him. And our thoughts are with his loving wife, Jane, his 3 kids, Colby, Roan, and Garnet, his many friends, and the entire community of Gibsons in this difficult time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lakeland.
After 9 years, Canadians pay the price for the NDP Liberals' economic vandalism. Their carbon tax and job-killing oil and gas cap hurt rural people and nonprofits the most. The Dewberry Agricultural Society paid over $5,000 in carbon taxes in just 6 months and can't afford to heat their hockey rink much longer. The NDP Liberals said small business owners are tax cheats. Well, their reckless capital gains tax hike and shameless temporary 2-month tax trick prove it. Cheryl, an accountant from Vegreville, says the tax hike will slash nearly 10% of savings when owners sell their life's work and labor of love that they rely on for their retirement. Ron from Glendon says the cost to switch his store's items to GST exempt and back could cripple his business at the most important time of year. Canada's promise is that anyone from anywhere can work hard for a powerful paycheck and pension and live in safe and healthy communities, but the NDP Liberals broke it. Common sense Conservatives will restore it, axe the tax, spike the hike, and turn hurt into hope for all.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, this Christmas season, our Catholic community here in Canada and around the world was blessed to begin this period of prayer and preparation for the arrival of Jesus Christ at the heart of St. Peter's Basilica, when Pope Francis inducted 21 new members into the College of Cardinals. Among them, one of our very own, His Eminence Frank Cardinal Leo of the Archdiocese of Toronto. A proud moment for Canadian Catholics and our proud Italian-Canadian community. Born in Montreal to immigrant Italian parents, Cardinal Leo now is one of the youngest cardinals serving the Holy Mother Church and shepherding Christ's flock courageously. As he witnessed the Church in today's world, Cardinal Leo finds strength in prayer and anticipates that the Lord wants to pour generously into our hearts many graces. May this sacred moment inspire us to live with renewed purpose and generosity throughout the Christmas season and upcoming 2025 Jubilee declared by Pope Francis. I send my congratulations to Cardinal Leo and our entire Catholic community. Mr. Speaker, Buon Natale, Merry Christmas to everyone.
The honourable member for Drummond. Offspring of modest French-Canadian families, working class or middle class. With these words, A small group of artists began an artistic and social revolution in 1948, laying the foundations for what would become modern Quebec. The text, Refus Global, is perhaps one of the most fundamental to understanding today's Quebec. Signed by Paul-Émile Bordua and co-signed by the Automatist Group, it calls for an end to fear, freedom from the oppression of religion, and the pursuit in joy of our wild need for liberation. Under Bordua's name was signed the name of Madeleine Arbour, who has just left us at the venerable age of 101. An extraordinary painter, a genius of visual art and design, a set designer, notably for Giuseppe, and a teacher, Madeleine Arbour contributed all her life to making Quebec a more beautiful and humane place. She was one of the last surviving signatories of Refus Global. What we owe to these women and men is immeasurable, builders of identity, liberators of people, founders of today's Quebec. To this great woman, our nation is grateful.
L'honorable député de Pierrefonds.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Monsieur le Président, on Sunday I will speak with Miles, a resident in my beautiful riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard. Miles is a young man of 33. He works in transport, and he's also super fit and is training for the Highland Games. Miles and I were talking about how our Liberal government is making life more affordable, how people have been lifted out of poverty. And Miles says he actually sees it. He sees it as a neighborhood. He sees how our Liberal policies are making an impact to put a dent into poverty. And Mr. Speaker, this is proved by the numbers. On 2015,
in 2015, when the Conservatives left power, many Quebecers were in a situation of poverty, and today the rate has gone down from 15% to just 6%.
Care, the child benefit, keeping the age of retirement at 65. These are Liberal policies. We are working for Miles and all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
Taylor and Melody from my riding are national champion sports shooters who compete internationally. They're supposed to represent Team Canada on the world stage in Czechia. They put years of hard work into training and competing. But this latest Liberal NDP gun grab has put their training and competition in jeopardy. Liberals are weak on crime, yet sports shooters, hunters, farmers, and First Nations across Canada are punished for this incompetence. After 9 years, gun crime has skyrocketed 116% across Canada. This weak Prime Minister's catch and release bail policy lets violent repeat offenders out on the street. Instead of this Liberal NDP government's ridiculous gun grab, they need to step back so that a common-sense Conservative government can restore law and order, secure the border, and ensure repeat offenders get jail and not bail. We will respect the traditions and livelihoods of our hunters, farmers, First Nations, and sports shooters, and bring home safe communities once again.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my riding of Winnipeg South Centre is home to thousands of older adults. Upon being elected, one of my first steps was to establish an Older Adults Advisory Council. Comprised of nearly a dozen constituents over the age of 65, we meet regularly to discuss issues that are pertinent to them. One of the topics that we have visited on several occasions is the heartbreaking damage caused to individuals and families as a result of dementia. Tragically, many Winnipeggers, including Earl Moberg, have gone missing or been put in harm's way because of this awful condition. Fortunately, Earl and his family have had many champions, like my constituent Ashley Mitchell, who is working hard to draw awareness to this important cause. The Alzheimer's Society of Manitoba, alongside other organizations and individuals like Ashley, continue to serve as wonderful advocates and resources. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in honor of their work, to draw attention to this plight facing tens of thousands of Canadians across the country, and to encourage all of us to elevate the conversation so that together we can support families, individuals, and our communities alike in the face of these challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, all across Canada, government charges account for more than 30% of the cost of a new home. These taxes block home building and drive up prices for all Canadians. Conservatives offered a plan right here in this House to axe the federal sales tax on new homes under $1 million. This would have saved Canadians up to $50,000 on the price of a new home and would ignite the construction of more than 30,000 new units every single year. The Liberal government's own top housing official confirmed at committee yesterday that this policy would, and I quote, inspire more home building if we can reduce the cost of home building. But the Liberals in the Bloc, of course, they voted against it. While this week Prime Minister continues to borrow money to buy support of the bureaucracy-building mayors, common-sense Conservatives will fight to axe the federal sales tax on new homes under $1 million, saving Canadians thousands of dollars. Let's bring it home.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, the Canadian Armed Forces need women. Not only do we need to recruit more talented, dedicated women to serve our country, but we need to retain those we already have. Unfortunately, thousands of CAF members experience sexual assault in the military each year, and women are at the highest risk. 80% of sexual assaults in our military go unreported because the survivors do not believe speaking up will make a difference. We must call out the underlying rape culture and act urgently to change it. Bill C-66 introduces changes to the National Defence Act and places investigations of sexual misconduct outside the chain of command and into the public system. It's a start, but it's not enough. Survivors have felt invisible for far too long. I will keep fighting for their voices to be heard. I'll end with an excerpt of a poem written by my constituent, a survivor and a veteran, describing her experience of living with this trauma. It was only one night. Move on, let it go. Forgive and heal is what you say, but for me it has been 10,220 days. 10,220 days of losing my career, my ability to hold a job, my health, my self-esteem, my hope. 10,220 days stolen. But yes, you're right. It was only one night. This has to stop, Mr. Speaker.
Great statement.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, yet again, the leader of the NDP has sold out Canadians who are being pummeled by the economic vandalism of this Prime Minister. The leader of the NDP said that the Liberals are too weak, too selfish, and too beholden to corporate interests. Turns out his words mean absolutely nothing because this week the NDP had an opportunity to support a Conservative motion of non-confidence that incorporated those very words. But they didn't. Why? Because the leader of the NDP selfishly wants his $2.3 million pension. After claiming to have ripped up his coalition agreement with the Prime Minister, the leader of the NDP has taped it back together under new terms, whereby the leader of the NDP gets his pension, the Prime Minister gets his power, and Canadians get the bill. It's time for a carbon tax election.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, the housing crisis is affecting Canada from coast to coast to coast. That's why the Conservatives are proposing an effective, concrete and costed measure that will directly help Canadian families and to those who build housing. We want to eliminate the GST on new homes. In concrete terms, this measure will save Quebec homebuyers up to $50,000 or $2,500 a year in mortgage payments. Now, that's real help. It's effective. It will really help families. That's why the Corporation of Propriétaires Immobiliers du Québec said that the Conservative leader's proposal adds to the ideas that go in the right direction. But unfortunately, the leader of the Bloc Québécois and his MPs voted against this common-sense proposal. That's the Liberal Bloc. Vote with the Liberal government and keep it in power. And yet, the head of CMHC told a House of Commons committee that our plan would certainly encourage more housing if we could reduce the cost of building housing. Despite this, the Bloc leader and the Liberals are against it. That's why we need to bring home a good Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Mr. Speaker, Yukon University has officially become the 97th member of Universities Canada. Over the past 60 years, this progressive institution has grown from a vocational training centre to a college, and finally in 2020 is Canada's first university north of 60. Universities Canada is the voice of universities in this country. Yukon U's membership enriches this voice with valuable Northern and Indigenous perspectives. This news is more than a recognition of academic excellence. It highlights the university's role in empowering Northern communities through innovative education and research driven by local priorities unity. Congratulations to President Brown, Chancellor Geddes, and all the dedicated staff and students at Yukon University. Here's to your continued success and to the unique impact you will make as a university in the years to come.
Congratulations.
For Vancouver Granville.
the holidays, as always, I want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the residents of Vancouver Granville. We are all made better by your ideas, engagement, and solutions, and I am so grateful to serve you. The holidays are a time to take care of one another, and that's why the 2-month GST holiday that starts this Saturday will make the holidays a little bit brighter. Together, we are delivering on things that matter to most every Canadian. In Vancouver Granville, there are 4 institutions, the Hellenic Community of Vancouver, the Fringe Festival, the Maritime Museum, and the Planetarium, that will all receive change-making funding to expand and improve their services and buildings. As we head into the holidays, Mr. Speaker, let's be kind to one another, let's reach out to those in need, and be grateful for the fact that we live in the best country on earth. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Kushali Mubarak.
Order, please. If I could ask colleagues to please take their conversations a little quietly so we can listen to the members' statements. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, a recent report issued by Women's Shelters Canada has found that the crisis in affordable housing is impacting women's shelters across Canada and putting women's lives at risk. As the Executive Director of Women's Shelters Canada explained, quote, since there's no affordable housing, women are staying in shelters longer. New women can't come in if women already in shelter have nowhere to go. The lack of affordable housing is so acute that half of the women that are needing shelter are having to return to live with their abusers because they will become homeless. Access to affordable housing is a matter of life or death. Women's shelters are at capacity. There is nowhere to go. It doesn't have to be this way, Mr. Speaker. In Alberta, the Canada Housing Benefit for Survivors of Gender-Based Violence was announced in mid-April and ran out of funds in August. The federal government must step up and provide more funding to women's shelters, to the Housing Benefit Program, to build transitional housing, and to non-market and cooperative housing initiatives to create real options for women who are at risk. Hear, hear. Thank you. Hear,
hear. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Laurentide-Labelle. Today, I rise to pay tribute to Amélie Duceppe. That family name might ring a bell, and that's probably because you're familiar with the Duceppe Theatre that she directs and its long tradition of excellence in Québécois drama. Amélie Duceppe was named CEO of the Year in the social economy category by the Les Affaires newspaper. After taking over the reins in 2018 from her Aunt Louise, Amélie Duceppe has transformed the theatre's administration through collaborative, agile, and creative teamwork. Under her leadership and that of artistic co-directors David Lorrain and Jean-Simon Traversy, the Duceppe Theatre's doors are opening to more and more new audiences who are discovering or rediscovering Québécois theatre. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, congratulations, Amélie Duceppe, and thank you for your incredible work promoting this essential name in Québécois culture. Thank you. The honourable member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. Great disappointment, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the Bloc Québécois saved the government yesterday. Since the Bloc leader has been in Ottawa, his party has voted for over $520 billion in Liberal spending. That's almost 200 votes in favour of this government. And for what? I ask you, a public service that has practically doubled in size, consulting firms hired again and again, while direct services get worse and worse. The Bloc, which claims to defend Quebec's interests, nevertheless supports spending that feeds an increasingly imposing and centralized federal government. How can they claim, hand on heart, to want Quebec independence, while they actively collaborate with the federal Liberals? That's not how you serve Quebec's interests. Quebecers deserve better than this Bloc Liberal coalition that turns its back on their hopes and on their pocketbooks. They deserve better, a conservative government.
Alors, s'il vous plaît.
Order.
Alors.
Order.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Lac St. Louis.
Education is the key to an individual's success and to the progress of society, whether economic, social, scientific, or cultural. The quality of a student's educational experience is dependent upon the passion and creativity of their teachers. I would like to draw the attention of this House to Rosemary Hill, who teaches grade 7 English at Beaconsfield High School and who is a recipient of the 2024 Prime Minister's Award for Teaching Excellence. Through the use of literature, Ms. Hill turns her classroom into a doorway of discussion of global issues and community involvement. She challenges her students to find and tell stories from and about the world around them. And she shows them that language and literature are tools for communicating narratives essential to personal growth and collective progress. Thank you, Ms. Hill, for being an inspiration to both your students and your fellow educators and for helping to build a better Canada.
Questions orales, oral questions. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Prime Minister, who is weak, lost control of immigration, has lost control of the borders, and lost control of spending, inflation, debt, and even his own ministers, according to the Globe and Mail. Tension is rising between the PM and the Minister of Finance on the tax cut, and it's compromising his commitment to keep the deficit to $40 billion, as the Minister of Finance promised. Why did the Prime Minister, why is he pushing his Finance Minister to break her promise on this inflationary deficit? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader likes to dramatize things, to distract Canadians from the fact that he voted against a tax break for Canadians. He voted against dental care, which has now reached 1.2 million Canadians. He voted against investment in school food programs, and he continues to try to muzzle his members to prevent them from talking in the interest of their communities, and he refuses to obtain his security clearance to be able to protect our democracy. That's how he wants to distract Canadians.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the Prime Minister, is the one who's trying to muzzle his own Minister of Finance. She made a promise to limit the deficit to $40 billion, to avoid further inflation, which is costing Canadians so much that they can't feed their children. And now he has forced his minister to break her promise. And he's attacking her in the papers. Why is the Prime Minister forcing his minister to break her promise and her credibility? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. As we've just seen, why the Conservative leader keeps on playing these dramatic games. It's because inflation is now at the level that is expected by the Bank of Canada, which has led to a cut in the key rate of 0.5 percentage points. And we are here to help Canadians. We have kept inflation down, but what they have done, they have voted against the school food program to help young people across our country. And he is blocking access to dental care. He is not here to help Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This week, Prime Minister has lost control of the borders, lost control of immigration, lost control of spending, debt, and inflation. Now he's lost control of his own cabinet. Yesterday, the Globe and Mail reported that there's a big fiscal feud that has broken out between the Prime Minister and his Finance Minister. At stake is that she wanted to run a gigantic $40 billion deficit, but that was her guardrail. And now this Prime Minister is pushing her through that guardrail and pushing all Canadians off the fiscal cliff. Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader likes to make up little dramas to try and distract Canadians from the fact that he voted against a tax break for all Canadians. He's trying to hide from the fact that he continues to muzzle his own MPs so they cannot be their community's voices in Ottawa. instead being his voice in forcing them to face billions of dollars in cuts to housing programs. He continues to refuse to get his security clearance because he doesn't want to keep his own MPs safe from foreign interference. That's why he's trying to distract Canadians from what's going on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Muzzling, Mr. Speaker. His Liberal MPs are not speaking out against him because he's allowing so much liberty. It's because he's so weak.
Right.
And there's nothing worse than a weak bully. He's now cracking down on his own finance minister, some feminist. On this side of this House, I lead by inspiration while he leads by intimidation. Follow my inspiration and stand up for the promise that he made to keep the deficit under $40 billion.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see very clearly for the Leader of the Opposition, it's all about him. Well, for us, Mr. Speaker, it's all about Canadians. It's all about giving Canadians a tax break over the next 2 months that the Conservative leader voted against. Right. It's about delivering dental care to 1.2 million Canadians, where 3 million Canadians are already approved to access dental care in the coming year. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we continue to be there for Canadians. He continues to be there for himself to try and block the help we're delivering to Canadians to make sure everyone thinks everything is broken because he's busy breaking it.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He's been Prime Minister for 9 years. Let's review the chronology. So, not even 8 months ago, his minister said the deficit would not exceed $40 billion, the guardrail. Then, he went and got his banker friend, Carbon Tax Carney, to become his top economic advisor, stripping the power away from his finance minister. And suddenly, the guardrail was broken. Is he really going to subject his finance minister to the humiliation of reading Carney's fiscal update, which busts through the guardrail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this morning the Bank of Canada announced interest rates are going down yet again. That is terrible news for the Leader of the Opposition, but it's great news for Canadians for whom things will become more affordable. On top of that, a tax break out for Canadians over the next 2 months that the Leader of the Opposition voted against. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because he cares more about his own political interests than he does about Canadians who are struggling. Oh, he'll talk about the challenges Canadians are facing to try and instrumentalize them for his own gain, but he won't lift a finger to help Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Committee of Justice tabled a report that is literally a trial against Quebec's values, because Quebec is attached to, like most Western countries, to the notion of separating church and state. And I'm wondering what the Prime Minister, to the thousands of Muslims in Quebec who are happy and welcome in their society that has welcomed them. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we have always defended and will always defend the freedom of ideas, freedom of expression, freedom of beliefs. This is a fundamental value for all Canadians and all those who come to Canada. And this is why on this side of the House, we'll always defend individual rights and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. This is clear, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I'd like to make things a little bit more concrete, Mr. Speaker. Is the Prime Minister backing people who at schools, secular schools in Quebec, are imposing their religion Is he backing those who are literally bullied because they want to respect the principle of secularism in Quebec schools? It's one or the other. Which one? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, very clearly, we will always defend the freedom of religion, freedom of expression, which are fundamental values for all Canadians and Quebecers, and that is why we're moving forward to defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, whether it's at independent universities or elsewhere, every institution has the responsibility of hiring the best possible professors and teachers based on merit, and that's what all Quebecers and Canadians expect.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Donald Trump is a bully, and bullies prey on weakness. When Trump says jump, the Prime Minister says how high. And when Trump trash talks Canada, the leader of the Conservatives repeats that garbage. And when Trump trolls Canada, hundreds and thousands of Canadians worry that they might lose their job. Why won't the Prime Minister fight back and protect Canadian jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the job of a Canadian Prime Minister is to stand up for Canadian jobs, for Canadian workers, the Canadian economy. That is exactly what we are doing with a level of serious and a level of focus and, quite frankly, a Team Canada approach that brings together, the Premiers brings together different actors from unions, from businesses, from expertise across the country. That is why we will continue to take this seriously, not freak out like the NDP or repeat the attacks like the Conservatives. We will stand up for Canadians like we have before, as we will again.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Either, Mr. Speaker.
The Prime Minister is doing nothing while Trump mocks our country. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. From the beginning, please.
Isn't safe either.
The Prime Minister is doing nothing while Trump mocks our country. And doing nothing while Trump threatens good Canadian jobs. I've fought bullies all my life. You have to be strong and not play their game. When will the Prime Minister stop showing weakness? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, during the first Trump administration, when there were tariffs imposed on steel and aluminum workers across the country, we responded reasonably but firmly, and we saw these tariffs removed. We were able to renegotiate NAFTA by protecting not only supply management, but also things like cultural exemptions and the continuity of our trade between our two countries. We did so by taking challenges seriously, but we worked responsibly, and that's what we'll do once again.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Quote, Finance Minister, 2022. This is a line we shall not cross. Then she listed 3 lines. 1, that the deficit would only go down. It went up. 2, that she would pay off the COVID debt. Not only has she not paid off a penny, the debt has gone up. And 3, that the debt to GDP ratio would only drop, and it has risen. Did the Finance Minister voluntarily cross her own lines, or did the Prime Minister push her?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is once again putting on his little dramatic acts because he is trying to distract Canadians from the core facts. Interest rates are down again. Canadians will be getting a tax break over the next 2 months, despite the best efforts of the Conservative leader, who once again, twice this past week, saw that this House has no confidence in him. And third, 3 million Canadians are now approved for access to dental care for the coming year. These are things that he stood against, but Canadians are getting anyway.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is silencing his own finance minister. She was already wildly irresponsible with the public purse, but not irresponsible enough for him. She wanted to keep the deficit at an already massive $40 billion. He said it's not enough. Canadians are not paying enough inflation, according to him. So once again, did she voluntarily smash through her fiscal guardrail, or did he push her?
Yeah.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition puts on these little performances because he wants to try and distract Canadians from the facts. We have the lowest deficit amongst G7 countries and will continue to. We are the third largest receiver in the world of foreign direct investment, #1 per capita in the G20, because countries around the world and companies around the world have confidence, not just in Canada, but in Canadians. The question that people should ask is, why doesn't the Leader of the Opposition have confidence in Canada or confidence in Canadians?
I know it's Wednesday and colleagues are very enthusiastic to participate, but I'd invite them not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians do not have confidence in him, nor does his own party or his own cabinet, nor apparently does the Bank of Canada, which today was forced into an emergency panicked rate cut to confront the collapsing economy. The governor of the bank said the economy is softer than he expected it would be, and despite the fact that inflation is rising, that all 4 measures of it are above the target, he's being forced to cut the rates to save the economy from outright collapse. When will the Prime Minister stop breaking the economy and call a carbon tax election so we can fix it?
Again, I'm going to ask members not to take the floor unless recognized by the Chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This is completely illogical.
Say that in English. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, he's just making this stuff up in a way you couldn't believe. Inflation has been within the target range of the Bank of Canada for over 10 months now. This is because we have been there to help Canadians with things like dental care, like a school food program, with investments that are growing the economy in a way that has brought down inflation and allowed the Bank of Canada to cut rates faster than just about any other G7 country. We are there for Canadians. He's the one voting against things.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You know what's up? Inflation's up. Unemployment is up. Inflation is up. It's not only up, every single measure of inflation is now above its target. Unemployment is up. It's at 10% in Toronto now.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Please start again.
You know what's up? Inflation's up. All 4 measures of inflation are now above target. Unemployment's up. In Toronto, it's over 10%. You know what else is up? Housing costs. They've actually doubled. They've risen more than in any other country in the G7. You know what else is up? Food bank use is up. It too has doubled, with 2 million people lined up at the food bank. And you know what else is up again? The promise-breaking inflationary deficit. So why doesn't he tell us, if he's figured out how to count, what the deficit will be this year?
Right. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one has to take a moment to appreciate how difficult it must be to be the leader of the opposition at a time when things are getting better for Canadians. He spends all his time and has for the past...
That's enough.
I'm going to ask members, please, in particular the members from Portage, Lisgar, as well as from Abbotsford, not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. I'm going to invite the Right Honourable Prime Minister to start again.
Mr. Speaker, the challenges faced by the Leader of the Opposition is that he spent so long explaining to Canadians that everything is broken that when things start to get better, he refuses to actually help Canadians. He's voted against a tax break for Canadians over the next few months. He's voted against the dental care that's helped already well over 1 million Canadians. He is stuck in a place where, as Canadians are starting to come through the difficult times the global economy has put them in, he needs to continue to talk down Canadians, talk down our economy, and scare people into voting for him. It won't work.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc voted once again for $21 billion in federal spending from the centralizing government. In total, $500 billion inflationary, centralizing, liberal spending, more power for the government here in Ottawa, less money in the pockets of Quebecers. What did the Prime Minister offer the Bloc leader to convince him to support these big deficits, bureaucracy, and inflation that the federal government is imposing? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. His question, the question that all Quebecers and Canadians should ask is why, on the contrary, is the Conservative Party voting against funds for affordable housing? They voted against military aid for Ukraine. They voted against funding for auto theft fights in Canada, against support to victims of hate crime, against dental care. They voted against the National Food Program for schools. The question isn't why parliamentarians supported this. It's why the Conservative leader stands up against Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Because money is never going to do what he's saying. They're just increasing bureaucracy in Ottawa like they always do. But the Bloc leader says he needs to support the government spending by voting for these appropriations. Otherwise, everything will just shut down like it does in the U.S. But we're not the U.S. If appropriation isn't approved, the government doesn't close. There's an election. It gives people a choice. Will the Prime Minister pay for classes on how the parliamentary system works for the Bloc leader? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're starting to get used to this disdain from the Conservative leader against the government, members of the government. But now the fact he's starting to disdain other members of this parliament, other leaders, shows truly his approach, which is truly not worthy of this place or the responsibility that we all have to defend the interests of Canadians. But he cannot explain why he voted against a tax break for Canadians. He can't explain why he voted against dental care for seniors. So he decides to attack and to insult people. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, superior education, higher education institutions, are they free, as the Prime Minister says? That's a good question. But what we do know, however, is that education is provincial jurisdiction, and it's up to Quebec to decide what happens in Quebec schools. So I'd like to know, just like the previous question, is the Prime Minister supporting students and professors for sexual education in Quebec, and does he support, rather, those who insult them and use fear for religious reasons? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, regardless of the various jurisdictions across the country, which we do respect, the federal government has the responsibility to ensure that all Canadians are protected by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, whether it's freedom of expression, freedom of ideas and beliefs. All of this has to be respected across our country. And obviously, we do respect the work that the provinces do to deliver their education systems, but we will always be here to defend these fundamental freedoms for everyone, particularly for vulnerable children. The honourable member for Bell-Chambly. There are a few lessons encouraged for what we're seeing in this parliament, but I'd like to remind everyone there is in the criminal code a disposition that allows people under a religious pretext to spread hate and to incite violence. Since we don't have courage to do anything else, well, can the Prime Minister end this religious exception and end the legitimacy of this hateful propaganda and this call to violence for religious reasons? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, spreading hate or encouraging violence is always illegal in Canada, and that's why we expect our police forces to be here to protect people and to ensure that the law is enforced. We'll always be here to protect and defend the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, as well as freedom of expression of religion and ideas in Canada. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister and the entire Liberal caucus voted against taking the GST off new homes, which would have saved up to $50,000 for a young couple trying to buy a home, almost $3,000 a year in lower mortgage payments, and would have stimulated an extra 30,000 additional homes built. Even the Prime Minister's own housing advisor said that this was the best housing policy he's seen in a generation. Why does the Prime Minister insist on taxing young people who are struggling to pay the doubling housing costs that he's brought since he took office?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have long learned that whenever Conservatives make promises, you have to look at the small print. And what the Leader of the Opposition actually proposed was cutting billions of dollars worth of investments to municipalities across the country to create more density, to accelerate the construction of homes, and to cut bureaucracy and red tape. Indeed, members of the Conservative Party have been advocating to invest in their communities, to send money to their mayors. And the Leader of the Opposition wrote a letter in their name saying, no, none of them want those investments in housing. Shame on him, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he's again imagining things. His program does not build homes, it builds bureaucracy. The only density is in his head. Our policy was...
I'm going to ask the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition to withdraw that and to rephrase his question.
Thank you. It's in his imagination, that's all. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister wants to tax people up to $50,000 on buying a home so that he can give more money to the very bureaucrats that block home building. It's not that his housing funds don't help. It's worse. They actually block new home building with more bureaucrats. So why don't we follow my plan to slash the bureaucracy, axe the tax, and build the homes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the problem with what the Conservative leader is saying, leaving aside the childish insults, is that his own MPs are going behind his back, pleading to the minister to please send investments to build more homes to their municipalities, are complaining behind his back to the CBC that they can't stand up for their communities. Mr. Speaker, MPs are supposed to be their communities' voices in this place, but he gives them a whap on the knuckles if ever they dare be anything but his voice in their communities.
Before the Honourable Member takes his seat, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Niagara Falls to please not take the floor when not recognized. The honourable members. The honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Bloc voted against cutting GST on the purchase of new homes. So I just want to understand, a so-called sovereignist party wants to take money out of young Quebecers' pockets who are buying homes, to give it to the most centralizing government in our history, the battled federal government. How come a sovereignist party wants to concentrate power and Quebecers' money here in Ottawa? This question is not for the government's administration, so and I see that the Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising to answer this question, but I would ask the Honourable Leader to take his seat, and I hope that this will not represent a trend. Otherwise, we will have to move on to other questions. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, what the Bloc members understand and what Conservative members in Quebec also understand is that $1.8 billion that the federal government and the province are investing for the Housing Accelerator Fund helps to increase densification and increase housing construction while eliminating red tape. But the Conservative members in Quebec can't talk about this. They can't say how these cuts, $1.8 billion in cuts that the Conservative Party is proposing, how bad they'll be because they're afraid of their leader. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. We want to put up to $50,000 in the pockets of young Quebecers who are buying homes, after Liberal programs managed to double the cost of housing and have tripled rents in Montreal. The Bloc is voting to feed federal bureaucracy with the money of Quebecers. It's only the Conservative Party that is in favour of sovereignty for young Quebecers to be able to keep their own money in their own pockets. I see that the Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising. Mr. Speaker, $900 million has been invested by this, sent to Quebec rather, to create more homes, less bureaucracy, and accelerate housing construction and eliminate red tape. And this is money that the Conservative leader is proposing to take away from Quebec. And these young Quebecers who need to find affordable homes and who need to have opportunities won't see construction under a Conservative government because they want to cut in housing investment, and that is why people have voted.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the special interlocutor, the AFN, the Canadian Medical Association, and now the victims ombudsperson are calling for legal mechanisms to end residential school denialism. But the Liberal Attorney General is missing in action when it comes to the rise of extremism against Indigenous people. He has failed to protect survivors and their families from violence. Inciting hate is not free speech. So will the Prime Minister heed these calls and adopt my bill, C-413, to protect survivors, their families, from the incitement of hate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we agree. Incitement to hatred, incitement to violence are not free speech. We need to make sure that the path of reconciliation that this country is on is walked on by everyone. And that's why we've stepped up significantly in our anti-racism strategy, why we continue to work with that member on her private member's bill, why we continue to move forward to make sure that everyone, despite all those who continue to attempt to deny residential schools, all those who believe in the better future for Canada, hold together and prevent denialism from happening.
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, it's the holidays. Winter is here and people are dying. At a time when people should be gathered around the table, under a warm roof, 4 Edmontonians have died on the streets. And last winter, over 100 people lost a limb due to frostbite. Liberals have let people in Edmonton down. They're either too weak or don't care to stand up to Conservative Premier Danielle Smith's cuts to Edmonton's social services. Why is this Prime Minister, just like the Conservatives, standing by while Edmontonians freeze?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we put significant amounts of money forward for the provinces to tackle the issue of encampments, to tackle homelessness. We've made historic investments in increasing housing and decreasing homelessness. Provinces have been varied in their response to be willing to work with the federal government. That's why we're working directly with the City of Edmonton and Mayor Sohi on moving forward on supports to fight homelessness in Edmonton, as we are right across the country. It takes investment, it takes compassion, it takes partnership, and that's what we're doing.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, since 2015, our government has made reconciliation with Indigenous people one of the most crucial priorities for Canada. We have made important progress from returning unceded land back to communities, making aggressive investments into housing, reforming health care, and eliminating almost 150 long-term boil water advisories across the country. Can the Prime Minister tell Canadians what more we as a government can do to support reconciliation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the member for the Northwest Territories for his tireless advocacy and his leadership. We introduced the First Nations Clean Water Act to ensure clean drinking water for generations to come and give First Nations the tools to manage their own drinking water infrastructure. It was shameful that in the presence of chiefs gathered from across the country, the Conservative Party voted to refuse to send that bill to the Senate. They stood against us sending C-61 to the Senate. Shame on them. We need to solve drinking water for generations to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This week, Prime Minister has lost control of our borders. He started by teaming up with the British Columbia NDP to decriminalize fentanyl. He has kept the fentanyl precursor, 80% of fentanyl precursor ingredients legal. He allows 99% of shipping containers to come into our country uninspected. And he passed C-5, which gives house arrest to the kingpins who produce this poison. Will he reverse his radical liberalization of drugs so that not one more mother will have the heartbreak of losing a child to overdoses?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the toxic drug epidemic has been hitting hard in communities right across this country and indeed across North America. That is why we have been stepping up in an evidence-based, compassion-based, public health-based approach to solving for the opioid epidemic and the toxic drug crisis. We're going to continue to lean on scientists and researchers and compassionate frontline workers as we invest to support Canadian families from coast to coast to coast. It is not more ideology proposed by the Leader of the Opposition that is going to solve this. It is the careful application of reasonable responses.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is his weird, woke liberalization ideology that has caused the 47,000 deaths and the 200% increase in overdoses. But just like he has lost control of the drugs, he's lost control of immigration. Don't take my word for it. The Globe and Mail said, and I quote, the Liberal government lost control of Canada's immigration system, highlighting that there are now 30,000 people who have been ordered deported that the Prime Minister has now lost track of.
Like everything else.
What's his plan to find them and deport them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, despite the Leader of the Opposition trying to pretend it's not true, Canada remains the best country in the world. And the fact that we are facing significant challenges like other places around the world doesn't take away from that. We will continue to roll up our sleeves. We will continue to defend Canada's interests, defend Canada's borders, work with our partners in the United States. The Leader of the Opposition can't help himself from talking down Canada and Canadians. We're going to work with Canadians, with provinces in a Team Canada approach and protect Canada's structures and systems.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We have the best country with the worst Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. That's the fact. He's weak, woke, and wasteful, and he's lost track of 30,000 people who've been ordered deported but have now vanished. Now, we have millions of other people who are going to come up for exit when their permits and visas expire over the next year and a half. And the Prime Minister won't tell us what's the plan to get the people out of the country who are not supposed to be here.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians continue to have confidence in immigration as a good thing for our economy, good thing of our country, because they know we have a strong and rigorous immigration system that adjusts depending on the needs and the opportunities for Canada to grow and integrate more people. That is what we are continuing to defend. That is what we fight for every single day. While the Leader of the Opposition talks down Canada, talks down Canadians, and puts partisan attacks ahead of reasonable policy solutions, we're going to do the work necessary to protect Canadians and protect our immigration system.
That's great.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Encore une faible réponse.
Once again, a weak answer from a weak Prime Minister who has lost control of our immigration system. Three Chileans here illegally escaped from a center in Laval. These 3 fugitives can be added to 750 individuals who can be considered dangerous in Quebec, and that this government is unable to get out of the country. And we've learned that this government has literally lost track of 30,000 people under expulsion orders. What is the plan to get these people out of the country? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over recent years, we have significantly invested in our border security services. We have invested in our police services. That's a real contrast with the Conservatives who fired 1,100 border agents when they were in power. They have made cuts to law enforcement. They have made cuts to the border. They have chosen to harm Canada's security and to instead promote dangerous weapons. And that is why we have put an end to the ability to purchase assault-style weapons. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I perhaps have a strange question for the Prime Minister. The Conservative leader is taking advantage of his position to say whatever he wants about the Bloc Québécois, about me, about Quebec. And yet, with remarkable cowardice, for over a year, he has been refusing all of the invitations to public debate that I keep sending him. And today he has gone even farther. Is the Prime Minister not concerned about the fact that the Conservatives keep passionately pushing the Bloc Québécois to be even more sovereigntist than it is now? I see that the Right Honourable Prime Minister is rising. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I know very well that the Bloc Québécois, like other parliamentarians in this House, doesn't take anything the Conservative leader he says very seriously. And in fact, very few Quebecers take anything that the Conservative leader says very seriously, because he is against women's rights. He wants to re-legalize assault-style weapons. He wants to eliminate the dental program that has already helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers. We will be there to invest. We will work with our colleagues from the Bloc Québécois and the NDP to help people. But the Conservatives just want to start fights.
L'honorable.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, Mr. Speaker, something that is happening now is that a parliamentary committee of the House of Commons is attacking Quebec. The Conservatives seem to have trouble coming up with any new questions. Same thing for the answers. It's like a broken record. We're not facing the challenges that we should be dealing with in this parliament. Is it not time to wish each other a happy holidays and say that when we see each other again, it will be because there's an election? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always very happy to wish anyone happy Christmas. But we still have work to do, Mr. Speaker. We have a fall economic statement to present that will deliver help for Quebecers and Canadians. We will invest in our future at a time when we are facing challenges with the Americans. We have work to do in the spring, in the next parliamentary session, to add people to the lists of those eligible for dental care. We will be there to offer free medication and free insulin for those who need it. We will be doing the work that we need to do.
Le chef de l'opposition.
The honourable leader of the opposition. Yes, it's time for debate. It's time for an election, Mr. Speaker. Just yesterday, the Bloc Québécois repeatedly voted against an election and voted for keeping this government in power. The leader of the Bloc Québécois will have to face the fact that the Conservatives want to cut the GST on new housing, but the Liberals want to do the opposite. The Bloc Québécois wants to increase the bureaucracy. The Bloc Québécois wants to make the bureaucracy bigger. We would get rid of it. This is the kind of choice that Quebecers are facing. Once again, we're hearing questions coming from all parties that have nothing to do with the federal administration, but I see the Prime Minister is rising. Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we voted for all sorts of things. For example, the Holocaust commemoration program, the Canada Housing Benefit, and all sorts of other things. But the Conservatives voted against that. We voted for emergency funding for veterans. We voted for the National Child Protection Strategy to protect them from online harms. But the Conservatives voted against that. Yes, I recognize that parliamentarians from other parties voted in favor of all those good things, but the Conservatives are constantly voting against what is actually going to help Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Minister who's lost control of spending, debt, and inflation. Workers are now forced to fight to make up lost wages. That's why last year Canada had more strikes than any year since 1981. That is since the last Trudeau was breaking the country and its economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are suffering because they can't get their donations to charities, small businesses can't get their payments, and the economy is losing millions. Will he sit down the two sides, get a deal, and put an end to this dreadful strike?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Unlike the Conservative Party, whose attacks on unions are well documented from 575 and 377, their anti-union bills that the Leader of the Opposition voted for, from continually choosing to use back-to-work legislation, as they did time and time again, we believe that the best deals happen at the bargaining table, which is why the Minister has got the two sides of Canada Post together to try and find a solution that will work. Mr. Speaker, we know small businesses are hurting, Canadians in rural and remote areas are hurting. We will continue to look to help them, and we get this resolved the right way.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Il est faible. Il a perdu le...
He's weak. He has lost control of spending. He has lost control of the debt and of inflation, which means that workers need to fight for a pay rise. And last year, we saw the highest number of strikes since 1981. Which was when his father broke the economy. And now there's a strike at Canada Post which is hurting our economy, small businesses, nonprofits. When will the Prime Minister get both sides of the table to put an end to the strike? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party's hostility to workers, towards unions, is well documented. I don't need to say anything more about it. But what we will do is ensure that the best possible agreements are brought to the negotiation table, and that's why we encourage all parties to continue to negotiate, because we know everyone is struggling. Non-profits are struggling. Canadians in remote and rural areas are struggling. They depend on Canada Post, and that is why we need solutions, and we are working on that.
Honorable député de Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, last week was the 35th anniversary of the École Polytechnique massacre. Quebecers and Canadians from throughout the country mourned the 14 women who were murdered due to a sadistic act of gender-based violence. Over the last few years, there have also been horrendous tragedies due to mass shootings in places like Portapique, Truro, and Quebec City. Can the Prime Minister tell us about the government's measures to protect Canadians from gun violence? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Saint-Laurent for her question and her hard work. Unlike the leader of the Conservatives, we will always prioritize the safety of Canadians, not the gun lobby. Thanks to our gun buyback program, we will be removing assault-style weapons from our communities. We will always denounce violence against women, and we will take action on things like red flag laws and other measures against gender-based violence. We will always stand up to defend women and fight domestic violence, whereas the Conservatives stand for more weapons.
Well, let's see what the police have to say about that after a 116% increase in gun crime under this Prime Minister. And a repeat violent offender out on early parole allegedly murdered a 34-year-old woman in Toronto on Sunday. The Toronto police had this question, and I quote, "For the Prime Minister, how was this person, with their history, allowed to access a firearm and be alone with a partner when they were supposedly living in a supervised community setting? What answers are you providing to the victim's family or our communities who continue to see the heartbreaking results of your weak policies on crime?" End quote.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, despite Conservative opposition, we continue to move forward on bringing in red flag laws and yellow flag laws to make sure that people who are charged with domestic violence don't have access to firearms. Conservatives stood against that and fought against that every step of the way. Just like they're working hard to make legal again assault-style weapons that we rendered illegal in this country 4 years ago. They want to unfreeze the handgun bans, and last time they were in office, they cut 1,100 workers from CBSA to help, who were there to prevent illegal guns flowing in from the United States.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, he has not banned a single gun. He's spent over $60 million to fail to take a single gun off the road. He's had to give it an amnesty to reverse all of the announced gun bans that he did, standing in front of a cartoon image of a scary Hollywood-style gun. And what has been the sum total of all of this? A 116% increase in gun violence since he became Prime Minister. When will he realize that banning Grandpa Joe's hunting rifle is not going to stop crime, that instead we actually have to lock up the criminals?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, instead of trying to scare Grandpa Joe, he should be honest with Grandpa Joe in that we have banned assault-style weapons, and already we've seen thousands of assault-style weapons collected and destroyed. These are things that we are doing that the Conservative Party and its funders, the gun lobby, continue to stand against. They will re-legalize assault-style weapons in this country, unfreeze the market on handguns. That's what they promised the gun lobby, and they hide behind Grandpa Joe because they can't admit it out loud.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he admitted he doesn't even know what an assault rifle is, let alone able to ban one. He spent $60 million, and his government admits they didn't take a single firearm off the road. There's been a 116% increase in gun violence under his leadership, and 99% of the shipping containers that come in are not inspected at all, even though the previous Conservative government increased the number of frontline border officers. Why is it that the Prime Minister is so busy trying to protect turkeys from hunters that he doesn't protect Canadians from criminals?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, not only has this House defined what an assault-style weapon is in law, the RCMP are now acting on that classification.
I'm certain all members can exercise restraint here. I'm inviting all members, please, to do so. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Mr. Speaker, not only has this House defined what an assault-style weapon was over the objections of Conservatives, but we are now removing those guns and destroying those guns while we compensate those who lawfully purchased them. That is what responsible gun control looks like. Unfortunately, the leader of the Conservative Party has promised the gun lobby that he will re-legalize assault-style weapons, reopen the frozen market for handguns, and make things more dangerous for Canadians and particularly for women right across the country. Shame on him!
Order. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have been through a lot in the last few years, and they're looking at all levels of government for relief and support. That's something I hear at the doors in Halifax West, and it's the call that I bring every day to Ottawa when I represent my constituents. Unlike the Conservatives who've been forbidden to advocate for their communities. Can the Prime Minister give an update on what this Liberal government is doing to make life better for Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for Halifax West for her advocacy and her hard work. There was good news this morning, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Canada has cut its interest rate by another 50 points. And today, we announced that 3 million Canadians have been approved for dental care, with more than 1.2 million Canadians, mostly seniors, already having received care. But the good news doesn't stop there. On Saturday, a tax break will go into effect for all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives voted against it, but it's real. Canadians are going into Christmas and the holiday season with lower interest rates, lower taxes, and more money in their pockets.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, forest biomass energy production has the potential to provide Canadian electrical grids with a sustainable source of energy. This will also create high-paying jobs for rural communities like the paper mill in Port Alberni. The U.S. Inflation Reduction Act includes tax incentives for biomass, putting Canada's forest sector at a competitive disadvantage. The Liberals promised a clean technology and electricity investment tax credit in 2023, but failed to deliver. Will the Prime Minister finally commit to the timely passage of these tax incentives to help protect Canadian jobs in the forest sector?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, biomass is an important part of the solution as we move forward into being more reliant on renewable energy and understanding how important our forestry industry is, not just for creating good jobs and goods to export and build homes with, but also contributing to our energy opportunities and challenges. We will continue to stand up for innovation in our energy industry. We will continue to stand up for energy workers right across the country country in all industries as we work to decarbonize, as we work to invest and innovate, and as we create a better future for all Canadians.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Monday we'll find out the extent of Canada's deficit. The Greens offer some solutions. Offset deficits by taxing with the excess profits of big oil, big banks, and tax the billionaire class. Why will this government not make them pay their fair share?
Let's go.
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, following the pandemic, we actually brought in an excess profit tax on big banks and insurance companies that were very profitable through a very difficult time for Canadians, and those measures continue. We will always look at making sure everyone pays their fair share, and in regards to oil and gas companies that are creating incredible profits by selling oil and gas to Canadians, we're actually making sure that there is a limit to how much they can pollute, because no industry should have unlimited pollution. They can continue to produce, but they need to reduce their emissions. They need to invest in new ways of supporting their workers and supporting our future.
Colleagues, I would like to draw the members' attention to the presence in the gallery of our former colleague and former Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Gilles Duceppe.
I see that there are a number of points of order. Je vois qu'il y a...
I see there are a number points of order.
Leader of the government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion.
I'm going to ask all members, please, to listen carefully, because I know that the whips of the respective parties are trying to listen to this question. The Honourable Government House Leader, she wants to begin again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House, at 4 p.m. on Monday, December 16, 2024, the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings to permit the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance to make a statement followed by a period of up to 10 minutes for questions and comments. After the statement, a member from each recognized opposition party and a member of the Green Party may reply for a period approximately equivalent to the time taken by the minister's statement, and each statement shall be followed by a period of 10 minutes for questions and comments. Thank you.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House has heard the wording of the question. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay.
Adopté.
Carried.
I see that the Honourable Member from Mississauga Centre is rising on his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That A, the House welcomes the end of the brutal and corrupt Assad regime. B, Canada has been and will continue to be a friend to the Syrian people who have the right to live in peace and dignity. C, in this time of great uncertainty for their country, Canada stands in solidarity with the Syrian people as they pursue their legitimate aspiration to build an inclusive state for all. D, the House calls on the Canadian government to help advance efforts for a democratic Syria that respects the right of all of its people. And E, we call on the transition government to reject extremism and support an inclusive government that represents the diversity of Syrians.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried.
There are two other points of order. First, we'll start with the honourable member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, well, I have no idea what I was going to say. Well, it gets good. Mr. Speaker, I know there have been discussions between the House leaders. Given that the Liberal government will...
I am hearing a number of no's for the honourable speaker, the honourable member, and so I'm afraid there isn't unanimous consent. I see that the honourable member has a second request for point of order, or I'll allow the honourable member to present the second one.
Just giving the government an opportunity to defend its own economic update, but this one's different. This one's different.
I am hearing no, I'm afraid, to the honourable member. I'm going to encourage all members. I'm going to encourage all members to make sure that they do come up for unanimous consent. That there is negotiation amongst all members, and that we have a reasonable likelihood of it succeeding. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
Le quatrième rappel au règlement.
The fourth point of order is for the member from Rivera-des-Mille. Mr. Speaker, I ask the unanimous consent of this House to adopt the following motion that is seconded by the members for Mirabel, Louis Saint Laurent, and Rosemont La Petite Patrie. Given that the construction of Mirabel Airport led to the forced expropriation of thousands of families in 1969, that the families who lost their homes, their land, and their community as a result of this forced expropriation are suffering from the trauma of this unspeakable pain, and that due to the end of its commercial flights at Mirabel Airport is now closed to the public, that this House officially apologize to the residents of Mirabel who were expropriated in 1969. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All those who are opposed that the honourable member move this motion, please say nay. Unfortunately, we do not have unanimous consent.
The honourable member for Edmonton-Westaskewin is rising on a point of order. The honourable member.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, in response to our House Leader's point of order, I just want to point out that before he even had a chance to say a word, I just want to clarify. I want to clarify what your ruling is going to be moving forward. Are we to expect now that if somebody says no before a word is spoken on a point of order, that you are going to stand up and shut down that member from speaking, regardless of which party it is from now on? Is that the precedent?
I can assure all members that I'm continuing with the normal practice of this House, that when it's a clear indication that there is not unanimous consent, that we will move on from that. I am now ready to rule on the question of privilege. I see that there are two honourable members who are rising on points of order. Order. I see that there are members who are rising on a point of order. The Honourable Government Permanent Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Member from Leonard, in a red-faced fashion, clearly flipped the bird over to this side, Mr. Speaker, which is another way of giving the finger. That is highly unparliamentary, and I would ask him to
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his intervention. I'm going to invite, that is an important issue which is being raised. I have a number of points of order which are being raised. I see that there are a number of members who are rising on a point of order. I see the Honourable Member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, followed by the member for Edmonton, Griesbaugh, and then followed by the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston. The Honourable Member.
When the Parliamentary Secretary was making a statement, I could not understand what was being said through the interpretation because you have failed to keep order in this place. Please correct that so we can hear what's being said.
Well, I'm going to give... I appreciate that the Honourable Member points out that... Order, please. I appreciate that the Honourable Member is raising an issue in terms of interpretation not being provided. And that is a fair point. I will then allow the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to rise again. However, I think to respond once again to the member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin, when it was made clear to me, when it was made clear to me that the Honourable Member from Regina Capel was rising on seeking a unanimous consent, once there is indication that there is no unanimous consent, you pass on to other things. As opposed to what the Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons was rising on, it was not a point of order, it was not a unanimous consent that he was seeking. He was making a point of order, which doesn't require unanimous consent. So that is the reason why I allowed the member to stand up. So, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my point of order was with respect from the member from Lanark, Kingston, who ultimately, in a very angered, red-faced manner, flipped the bird to the government. And, Mr. Speaker, that is highly inappropriate, and the member knows that, and he should be uncategorically just apologize for the manner in which he expressed himself. That's what we're asking him to do.
So, I did say I'm going to get to the order. I did say order. Order, please. I did say I was going to get to the Honourable Member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston, but I did have the member from Edmonton, Griesbaugh also waiting patiently. Is this on the same point of order, the Honourable Member?
Mr. Speaker, I bore witness on the same point of order to the member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston in an outrage, disgracefully disgraced this place and all members by yelling, not during his turn, and then giving you the finger, Mr. Speaker. We expect this place to have a level of decorum and a level of respect, and that member has demonstrated multiple times a breach of the very important decorum of this place. He gave the finger, and I witnessed it. Many members seen it, and we would expect an apology and a withdrawal, and we demand that he understand the severe issue.
I thank the Honourable Member, and I see that the Honourable Member from Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston is rising on his feet. The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, I've been a member of Parliament here for 24 years. This is the first time I flipped the bird to anybody. To correct the member, it wasn't to the government, it was to the member from Kingston and the Islands, but of course nobody deserves that, and I withdraw it and apologize to the House.
I'm enjoying the Honourable Member from Kamloops, please.
Hey, I'm right here, bro.
The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
I certainly accept that apology, and I take no offense to it, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly, maybe it's just a Kingston thing, so.
I'm glad we'll consider this matter closed. Now, there are some other members who are rising on a point of order. Should we let us move on? Thank you. I'm now ready to rule on the question of privilege raised on November 29, 2024 by the member for London Fanshawe concerning alleged intimidation during the proceedings of the House. In her intervention, the member claimed that before and during the taking of the last recorded division on Thursday, November 28, 2024, the disorderly behavior of many Conservative Party members reached an unacceptable level. She alleged that members were disruptive to the point where she and her colleagues could not hear their names being called by the table officers. Furthermore, she indicated that her caucus had, prior to the vote, alerted the chair and the table to the possibility of intentional disruptions because of what she felt was inappropriate behavior in the shared opposition lobby. Order, please. Order, please. This made it difficult for her to carry out her duties as the Deputy House Leader for the NDP and constituted a breach of privilege and even a contempt. The member described the behavior of the Conservative Party members, both in the House and in the lobby, as unacceptable, toxic, and designed to intimidate other members as they carried out their parliamentary duties. Le député de New Westminster Burnaby a pris la parole.
The member for New Westminster Burnaby weighed in to support the member's question of privilege. In addition to commenting on the lack of decorum during the vote, he alluded to what he considered as other objectionable behaviors by some Conservative Party members, whom he accused of being inebriated. And reminded the House that the party whips are responsible for ensuring a safe workplace that is free of harassment for members and employees who work with them.
Frequently with conflicting accounts of what occurred in the lobbies leading up to the vote, as well as on the floor of the House, during the sitting and after adjournment. In particular, the House Leader of the official opposition rose to fully deny the accusations made by the member for London Fanshawe and the member for New Westminster Burnaby. He detailed the events of the evening in question as he saw them, stating that it was the members of the New Democratic Party who acted in a harassing manner towards members and staff of the Conservative Party. He argued that if any contempt occurred, it was a result of the behavior of New Democratic Party members who stormed up the aisle to confront the chair at the adjournment of the House and then approached the Conservative benches to confront some other members. He therefore requested that the member for London Fanshawe withdraw her question of privilege. La présidence traitera en premier lieu des préoccupations.
The chair will first deal with concerns about behavior in the opposition lobby. As described in House of Commons Procedure and Practice 3rd edition at page 295, and I quote, "Connected by doors to the chamber, the lobbies are furnished with tables, armchairs, and office equipment for members' use. Members attending the sitting of the House use the lobbies to conduct business and are able to return to the chamber at a moment's notice. The party whips assign staff to work from the lobbies, and pages are stationed in the lobbies to answer telephones and carry messages. The lobbies are not open to the public. Security staff control access to the lobbies in accordance with guidelines set by the Corporate Security Office after consultation with the whips." Unquote.
And their staff have always ensured a harmonious cohabitation within the opposition lobby, a shared working space currently used by the three opposition parties, as well as independent members. By tradition and convention, the lobbies have been viewed as a sort of sanctum that affords members and caucuses the needed privacy to plan and coordinate their work in the chamber. However, lobbies are not an extension of the House chamber, at least not in terms of its deliberative function. Ultimately, how lobbies operate and are regulated is an administrative matter under the purview of the Board of Internal Economy, as are other working spaces beyond the chamber. En ce qui concerne la
On the issue of the consumption of alcohol within the parliamentary precinct, Speaker Reagan addressed the matter in a ruling on a question of privilege on November 20th, 2018, at page 23,625 of the debates. Quote, subsection 52.3 of the Parliament of Canada Act gives the board, not the Speaker, the legal authority to act on all financial and administrative matters respecting A, the House of Commons, its premises and its staff, and B, the members of the House of Commons. Accordingly, the right forum to raise such matters remains the Board of Internal Economy, unquote.
La question de l'utilisation des antichambres et du comportement des députés.
The use of the lobbies and the behavior of members and their staff using the lobbies is therefore a matter that should be brought to the Board of Internal Economy. To that end, I would encourage any member who is concerned about this to raise it with the representatives on the board so that it can be addressed there.
The whips of all parties also play a crucial role in the management of the lobbies. The chair therefore strongly encourages them to look into this issue and work together in finding a suitable solution that all can adhere to. Indeed, the chair has written earlier today to the whips of the opposition parties to this effect. Concerning the behavior of members in the House during the vote on Thursday, November 28, 2024, the excessive noise did indeed hamper members' ability to hear the clerks conducting the roll call. The chair intervened midway through the vote to call the House to order. I also made a statement the following morning, referring members to the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 643, which sets out the conduct expected during the taking of a vote, which includes not making any noise. In my statement of November 29, 2024, found at page 28,339 of debates, I stated, quote, "The chair hopes this will serve as a good reminder to all members the expectations in regard to decorum during divisions. I understand that some votes are subject to strong disagreements, but it is still expected that all members comport themselves appropriately," unquote. Je répète donc à la Chambre que pendant.
And so I remind the House again that when votes are being called, members are to remain respectful so that they can be conducted in an orderly fashion. I would add that the adjournment of the House should also happen in an orderly fashion, and that approaching the chair or the seats of one's colleagues to carry on arguments is not helpful or conducive to a respectful atmosphere. While the House had technically adjourned when such events took place on the night in question, the repercussions of these actions have a very negative impact on the manner in which the House operates.
Fanshawe also complained that, in addition to the noise, the pointed heckling was inappropriate and was received by many members as harassing or intimidating. As chair, I wholeheartedly agree that the level of noise in the chamber during the last vote on November 28th was, indeed, outside of the acceptable range. The lack of decorum and noisy disruptions experienced that evening do not meet the expectations Canadians have of us. La députée de London Fanshawe is.
The member for London Fanshawe equated the events to interfering with her ability to carry out her parliamentary duties. While I understand the member's concerns, I cannot conclude that it resulted in any member not being able to vote or participate in proceedings.
I cannot agree that the member was interfered with in the performance of her parliamentary duties. What happened that night was clearly a breach of decorum. I don't excuse this or seek to normalize it, but I'm not aware of any precedents where incidents of this nature rose to matters of contempt or breaches of privilege. I nonetheless take concerns about harassment and intimidation very seriously. While moments of strong disagreement and political tension are common in this place, there is still an expectation that we, as elected officials, treat each other with civility and respect. Apart from being a deliberative and lawmaking body, the House is also a workplace. In addition to members, employees of the House administration and staff from political parties themselves support within these august walls our parliamentary democracy. They are all entitled to a safe working environment and at all times. The chair believes these concerns warrant, at a minimum, a discussion between the whips. They, and in fact any member voluntarily seeking productive solutions to conflicts, may explore available support options provided by the House administration to help mediate this situation.
Avant de terminer, je tiens à signaler que
Before closing, I would like to point out that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs is currently conducting a study on the issue of harassment. This study arguably already provides the remedy the member for London Fanshawe seeks, namely, referring the matter of harassment and intimidation to that committee. The counterpoints raised by the House Leader for the official opposition could also fit within the committee's existing study.
moving forward, as Speaker, I have strong expectations that the whips address the matter in a serious and timely way. Of all the workplaces in Canada, the House of Commons, as a heart of our democracy, should serve as a role model. Members are passionate in defending their views, and this can bring vigorous debates in the House. However, when away from the cameras, we are all colleagues, and we should all work together to ensure a productive and safe workplace for not only ourselves, but for our staff and all those who support us in this great place. Notwithstanding the seriousness of the matter raised, I cannot find this constitutes a prima facie question of privilege. I thank all members for their attention.
I see that the honourable member from Regina Capel is rising on a point of order, I imagine.
Speaker, and certainly listened to your ruling. I understand that it was basically addressed to the question of privilege raised by the NDP member about what may or may not have happened in the lobby. You have ruled that what goes on in the lobby doesn't fall under the purview of a question of privilege. In response to that, points were raised about the erratic and unhinged behavior of the NDP members in the chamber, even though the mace was off the table. And I'm just wondering, are you going to come back and address those questions that were raised as well?
Yeah.
Once again, I'll invite the honourable member to take a look at my ruling where that question was actually addressed. Point of order, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Speaker, is erratic and unhinged considered parliamentary language in this place?
That is a very good question. I have heard that language being used before in this place, and it was considered acceptable at the time, as of course members know. So that language has been used here before. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby is rising on his point of order.
Mr. Speaker, that language was utterly inappropriate from my colleague from the official opposition House Leader. Borders on misogyny. And I would suggest, given the Conservative history of being drunken and disorderly in this House of Commons, they should take lessons from your ruling.
I think we are now, we're going to be getting into a matter of debate, and this is a matter which I'm going to invite all members to please to take a look at the ruling rather, have an opportunity to reflect on that, and if necessary, invite members to come and see the chair. And we're going to get into a tit for tat on this. As I'm going to ask, est-ce que ça fonctionne avec les?
Yes, is everything working with the earpieces? Okay. Just a moment, please. Just a moment. I will just consult the clerks.
I appreciate the honourable member from Regina Capel. I do not want to open up a debate on this issue between the two members. I'm going to ask again that if members have matters to discuss on this particular matter, and what had happened on the Thursday previous at the vote, please come and speak to me in the chair. Of course, because I have taken into account all the issues which have been raised before, and I think the chair has been very generous in terms of hearing concerns that were raised by multiple members on this question. I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset. J'ai désiré informer que
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine business, tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-les-Échemins-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. About Bill C-378, an act amending the Canada Labour Code, complaints by former employees. The committee studied the bill and has decided to report it without amendment to the House.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga-Malton.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security in relation to the supplementary estimates B 2024-2025. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we'll go to l'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 21st report of the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology concerning the motion on telecommunication company service contract practices.
Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Zarillo, second. No? One of that note? I think Mr. Chahal is. Committees. Okay, Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 15th report of the Standing Committee on Natural Resources entitled Concerns Arising from the Parliamentary Budget Officer's Report.
Thank the honourable member for that. We always just try to make sure we know ahead of time. I apologize for not acknowledging it. Now we can go to introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Zarillo, seconded by Ms. Kwan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Housing Strategy Act, Right to Adequate Housing. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Today I am introducing a bill to protect Canadians from greedy corporate landlords whose tactics unfairly raise rents, evict tenants, and harm Canadians. Thank you to the member from Vancouver East for seconding it and for her work to shine a light on the financialization of housing in Canada. This bill enshrines the fundamental human right to housing into the National Housing Strategy Act, one of the fundamental rights the Liberal government deliberately left out of that very same Housing Act. It will provide the government with the tools to stop rent evictions, dem-evictions, and the unfair business practices that are making people homeless. The NDP want the housing needs of people to be prioritized over the profits of predatory corporate landlords, REITs, and even unethical Liberal government pension funds. The Liberals' National Housing Strategy has failed to uphold people's rights to adequate housing in favour of making real estate investors rich. Like the Conservatives before them, Liberals prioritize multi-million-dollar corporations over fundamental human rights of Canadians. Everyone, regardless of income, background, or circumstance, deserves access to a safe, accessible, and affordable place to call home. This is the human right that this bill will enshrine and make a reality.
Mrs. Zarrillo, seconded by Mrs. Kwan, move that the bill be now ready first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Will this bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Now they go for première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have three very important petitions to present today. The first one is on behalf of concerned Canadians who are bringing to the House's attention the fact that Conservative members of Parliament for Brampton, Brant, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, and Lambton, Middlesex went on a taxpayer-funded trip to France in June of this year, and it is deeply troubling that the duly elected members were not allowed to speak to fellow MPs while there. And in fact, they were forced to return early on that trip. So the undersigned are calling on, the undersigned Canadians are calling upon the Conservative members of Parliament who wasted taxpayers' money to put their party leadership rules above their duty to the taxpayers and repay in full those wasted costs. The second petition, again, another very important petition, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of Canadians, are calling to the attention of the House that the media has reported Conservative members of Parliament are not allowed to speak publicly without the approval of their leader. And it is deeply troubling that duly elected members are put in this position.
That is true.
The petitioners also indicate that the Conservative leader has proven himself to be insincere and that he preaches freedom to speak but denies it of his own caucus. So the undersigned Canadians are calling upon the leader of the Conservative Party to allow his members of Parliament.
Wow. The only member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if you could just clarify the rules around members of Parliament, in particular the Liberal caucus, signing their own petitions.
While I appreciate the help, I just want to make sure that everyone summarizes the petitions that they are presenting to the floor. The honourable member for Kingston Islands.
I will be tabling these momentarily, and then the member can see the signatures that are on it. So those that are calling upon those residents of Canada are calling upon the leader of the Conservative Party to allow his members of Parliament to provide support to their communities to access the Housing Accelerator Fund and remove the gags. And then a third petition that I have here, Mr. Speaker, again, another really important one from Canadians, brings to the House's attention the fact that the RCMP has reported that the government of India has interfered in the Canadian elections. That is deeply troubling testimony in the foreign interference into foreign interference, that Canadians learn that Conservative MPs are involved in foreign interference, and the undersigned Canadian citizens are calling upon the leader of the Conservative Party to immediately obtain his security clearance and take action to prevent foreign governments from interfering in Canadian affairs and targeting Canadians. I am very proud to present these petitions on behalf of these Canadians. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition, the honourable member for Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting three petitions today. The first one is on the prison needle exchange program. Constituents in Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon are against the government giving needles so that inmates can do illegal drugs.
Shame.
That is not safe, and it is not good for correctional officers. It is not good for inmates. Petitioners are calling for that government policy to end. The second petition is on natural health products. Petitioners in Mission, Masque, Fraser Canyon are calling upon the Government of Canada to reverse their attack on natural health products, which will decimate small businesses and $1 billion industry in Canada. Again, a policy that will hurt workers and businesses alike. Thirdly, petitioners are calling for further support for the Lettsmont Regional Aquatic Centre, which brings together Indigenous communities and the District of Kent to provide adequate recreational facilities in the District of Kent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to table a petition signed by residents of Wikwimikong, unceded territory, and others near the region who are calling on the Government of Canada to assist in the funding required to build a vital elders' home facility in Wikwimikong. The petitioners note that they have received funding from the Government of Ontario, CMHC, and from community members,
but a funding shortfall of $20 million remains. They also note that the Government of Canada has also funded healthcare facilities in the largely Indigenous community of Moosonee, a long-term care home for the Mohawks of Quinte, and a seniors' long-term care facility in Rankin and Inlet. The current facility in Wikwimikong has reached the end of its life expectancy, and it's vital for the community to ensure that elders can stay in their community to share their knowledge and experience with younger generations. They also indicate that this would actually impact their ability to also be close to remain close proximity to their family, and they also don't want to be subjected to another era of assimilation. My second petition, Mr. Speaker,
I'm tabling a petition signed by people from Northern Ontario who are asking the House of Commons to recognize the impact on their electoral representation with the reduction in the number of ridings in the region following the report of the Election Boundaries Committee.
To ensure that the number of electoral districts in Northern Ontario are maintained at 10 by modifying the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act. The petitioners are looking to this House to respect the Supreme Court of Canada's 1991 Carter decision that states effective representation and good government in this country compel that factors other than voter parity, such as geography and community of interest, be taken into account in setting electoral boundaries. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Dr. André-Anne Chénier for going out and getting a lot of signatures on this petition, and thank you very much for everybody's time.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétition, the member for Surrey Newton.
4,238 Canadians have signed the e-petition, and over 5,000 petitioners put a paper petition and delivered to me last Sunday, and I'm going to say the exact wording what they're asking for. They say, whereas the Air India bombing of June 23rd, 1985, that left 331 people dead was the worst tragedy in the history of aviation terror before 9/11. The victims' families continue to wait for justice and closure. The Sikhs in Canada widely believe that this was the handiwork of a foreign intelligence to discredit their political activism and undermine their advocacy work for the human rights in India. The recent development within the Sikh community in British Columbia give credence to the perception. The Canadian government is looking into the growing foreign interference in its political affairs. The Sikhs are living under the fear since the murder or the assassination, they said murder, I call assassination, of Surrey Delta Gurdwara President Hardeep Singh Nijjar in June 2023, and on September 18, 2023, the Prime Minister of Canada stated that there are credible allegations of a link between agents of Government of India and the killing of the Hardeep Singh Nijjar. The petitioners signed, and they say the citizens and permanent residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to order a fresh inquiry.
Okay, it's tabled. Okay, and I just want to again remind everyone we've got lots of people that want to get their petitions in, so I want to make sure that we keep them as short as we possibly can. Presenting the petitions, the Honourable Member for Nipissing Renfrew, Nipissing Pembroke.
I'm pleased to present a petition signed by the great people of Pickering, Uxbridge, Whitby, and the Liberal Minister of Health's very own riding of Ajax. They call this House to immediately repeal Section 500-504 of Bill C-47 that was passed last year. These amendments were made to the Food and Drugs Act that are actually new regulatory constraints on natural health products that millions of Canadians rely upon and has since affected their medical freedom of choice and affordability. And I'm also pleased to rise on behalf, to present to a petition on behalf of the great people from the Healthy living riding of Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, who call on the government to refrain from endorsing the so-called pandemic treaty drafted by the World Health Organization that had never received a single debate or vote in the House of Commons. The concern is, by agreeing to this legally binding treaty, Canada is signing away our own sovereignty, allowing the UN bureaucrats who are unaccountable to Canadians the power to override our laws, rights, and freedoms.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, I present a petition that notes that the Kitchener-Waterloo Poppy Fund administers the Poppy campaign every year to fund initiatives for veterans that includes emergency assistance, comfort for those who are hospitalized, bursaries, and more. They note that the federal government already provides mailing services such as letters to Santa for free, but they note that the KW Poppy Fund spends $23,000 in mailing costs every year to distribute poppies. They note, of course, that their capacity to support veterans is lessened by that, because before they can provide a single dollar to a veteran, they need to pay those mailing costs. They call on the Government of Canada to do three very reasonable things. First of all, to determine how much it might cost for the federal government to cover the cost of mailing poppies. Second, to consult with Canada Post and Royal Canadian Legions to do a cost-benefit analysis of waiving mailing fees for poppy sales. And last, to take into consideration how chapters of the Royal Canadian Legion support veterans and their dependents through discussion of this possibility. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Petitions, the Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to table a petition signed by members of the Bangladeshi community. They draw the attention of the government that former members and supporters of the Bangladesh Nationalist Party (BNP) are unfairly facing immigration challenges due to false narratives being spread by political opponents. They ask the government to review how ERPA is being applied in these cases, base admissibility decisions on individual circumstances and not broad political affiliation, and grant public policy consideration on a humanitarian basis under relevant legislation. Thank you.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Mr. Speaker, this petition comes from the great people of Northern Ontario, signed by over 4,518 people. I'll just read it. Whereas the State of Israel is carrying out a campaign of genocide against the people of Palestine through indiscriminate military actions against the civilian population, killing and maiming more than 100,000 people and destroying the physical and social infrastructure of Gaza. Many of the weapons used in this genocide are supplied to the State of Israel by the United States and other NATO countries. Nickel is an important raw material in the manufacture of these armaments. 40% of the nickel consumed in the U.S. originates in Canada. The people of Canada do not want the natural resources of this land or the labor of our people contributing to this campaign of terror and mass murder. The government of Canada has banned new contracts for the sale of armaments to Israel. We, the undersigned, citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to, 1, institute a ban on the sale of nickel to Israel and to those armament manufacturers that supply nickel, and 2, require purchasers of Canadian nickel to certify they will not resell Canadian nickel to Israel or to arms manufacturers supplying Israel. Thank you very much.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition. The petitioners are calling on the Liberals to scrap their unfair capital gains tax hike. Petitioners note that it would make Canada less competitive and have adverse impacts, including limiting access to affordable housing options, straining healthcare resources, exacerbating financial challenges for farmers, and compromising retirement savings of Canadians.
Presenting of petitions, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay Rainy River.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to present the petition on behalf of the organization We the Nuclear Free North with 817 signatures. The signatories express their serious and heartfelt concerns regarding the safety of transportation and storage of nuclear materials through and in their communities in Northern Ontario. Although the decision has actually already been made, the signatories asked me to present this petition calling on the government to immediately direct the NWMO to stop the siting process for a deep geological repository. Thank you.
Presenting on petitions, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By popular demand, I'll limit myself to just one petition today. This is from people in the Canadian Lebanese community who are very concerned about the impact of Hezbollah's actions on the people of Lebanon. They note how the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah that was started by Hezbollah has had terrible consequences for the Lebanese people. They note that Hezbollah is a terrorist Iranian regime proxy that acts to serve that regime's ideology against the wishes of the people of Lebanon, and that Hezbollah has refused to abide by UN Security Council Resolution 1701 by refusing to disarm and refusing to allow the Lebanese government and the Lebanese armed forces to take back control of Lebanese territory. The Lebanese people want an end to the colonial domination of their territory by the Iranian regime. Therefore, residents call on the Government of Canada to seek the immediate disarmament of Hezbollah and the end of aid by the Iranian regime to Hezbollah and other terrorist organizations, and seek the restoration of Lebanon's sovereignty, with all Lebanese territory governed by an elected sovereign Lebanese government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pending the petitions, the honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Speaker, people in my community have been deeply concerned by instances of provincial overreach into the actions and decisions by our City Council, most recently with decisions regarding bike lanes, but also in the past relating to elections and relating to public transit. So members from my community in Toronto Danforth have signed a petition asking for the Government of Canada to review how the federal government can support the creation of city charters for large metropolitan areas such as the City of Toronto, so as to better delineate the authorities between the province and the city. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Our overtime on petitions. I guess there was a lot of pent-up demand here today, and I apologize for not being able to create too much time. Point of order, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important petition on mental health. I'm going to ask for the House if I could have unanimous consent to table this.
Does the honourable member have consent to table the petition? Point of order, the honourable Sherwood Park.
By 5 minutes so that more members can table.
To do another 5 minutes. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think there would be leave to allow individual members that have one petition to table the opportunity to do so.
Do we have unanimous consent to allow another 5 minutes for petitions? Is it agreed? One petition each for 5 minutes. Another round of 5 minutes and one petition each. Is it agreed? The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I really greatly appreciate the collaboration in the House right now, especially when it comes to e-petition 5166, Mr. Speaker, which is a privilege for me to table this today, signed by over 500 people from across Canada. This petition was initiated by Jade Duell, a mental health advocate who biked across Canada this summer to hear from people who have lived experience with mental health challenges and to raise awareness about barriers to mental health care. The petitioners highlight the prevalence of mental health disorders in Canada and the lack of a national framework for mental health care. They're also calling on the Government of Canada to collaborate with the provinces and territories to finally develop a universal mental health care system that ensures all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, receive support for their mental health concerns, and to commit finally to adequate federal funding to facilitate its successful implementation. Thank you very much.
Presenting on petitions, the honourable member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After many attempts to get to petitions quickly, this petition deals with concerns of constituents that we are losing globally are pollinators. Bees are essential for agricultural production and biodiversity. The petitioners specifically call on the Government of Canada, for the sake of our bees and for food security, to follow Europe's lead, adhere to the precautionary principle, and ban the use of neonicotinoid insecticides in Canada.
Presenting petitions, the member for Charlottetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on the subject of Basic Income Guarantee Demonstration Project in the province of Prince Edward Island. In November of 2020, the Special Committee on Poverty in Prince Edward Island recommended immediate negotiations with the Government of Canada to implement a Basic Income Guarantee Demonstration Project for Prince Edward Island. This particular idea has full support from all of the political parties on Prince Edward Island, It would be of significant benefit to Canada, as poverty is a social determinant of health. And therefore, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to begin immediate negotiations with the Government of Prince Edward Island to develop and implement a basic income guarantee demonstration program in the province of PEI that will be administered, monitored, and evaluated for at least 5 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the element for Edmonton Griesba, and then I'm going to go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise to present a petition on behalf of concerned Canadians who are demanding action in the face of renovictions. They're calling on the government to 1. Impose a moratorium on renovictions and other forms of displacing tenants in pursuit of higher profits. 2. Invest in affordable housing operated by non-profit housing providers to ensure there are affordable housing units available for our most vulnerable. And 3. Stop providing billions of dollars in handouts to corporate landlords who are buying up the existing affordable housing, evicting people, and raising rents.
Presenting petitions, the element for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you. I will be 25 seconds here on these 2 petitions, Mr. Speaker. The first one respects the... Well, then I'm going to take 45 seconds on one. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present one petition. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops Thompson Caribou. The undersigned Canadians draw attention to the House of Commons to the treatment of Falun Gong, which is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline. The petitioners are concerned about the treatment of Falun Gong and request that Parliament pass a resolution to establish measures to stop the Chinese Communist regime crime of systematically murdering Falun Gong practitioners for their organs, amend Canadian legislation to combat forced organ harvesting, and publicly call for the end of persecution of Falun Gong in China.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very important petition that was signed off by many Canadians, and it's in regards to asking for the leader of the Conservative Party to actually get a security clearance, Mr. Speaker. They highlight the issue of extortion that's taking place, murder that's taking place, all forms of foreign interference, and what they're trying to highlight, the essence of it, is that the leader of the Conservative Party take upon himself to be more responsible and get the security clearance, Mr. Speaker. That is a very important issue, and I suspect they're curious as to why it is he might not be doing that, Mr. Speaker. Maybe it's a little bit that he's hiding something from his past.
Great petition.
No, what I really did appreciate there, we're out of time now again. We're actually out of the 5 minutes. But I just want to say, when we're focused, we can get lots of petitions in. That was great. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The following questions will be answered today. Question 3125 and 3130. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if a revised response to question number 3107, originally tabled on December 9, 2024, and the government's responses to questions numbers 3122 to 3124, 3126 to 3129, 3131, and 3132 could be made orders for return, these returns would be tabled in an electronic format immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that the aforementioned questions be made orders for return and they be tabled immediately? It is agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask then that all remaining questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Right. And notices of motion for the production of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
So ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Privilege. Resuming consideration of a question of privilege on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Resuming debate on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Kelly.
And we are, of course, the floor is free. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was probably the longest petition segment that we've had in a long time, I think. But I'm glad that everybody got a chance to deliver petitions signed by their constituents, signed by their EDAs, as some of our friends across the way probably put them together. But nonetheless, who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? Mr. Speaker, why are we here? We're here once again talking about the the SDTC, the Liberal Green Slush Fund. And Mr. Speaker, I think this is the third time I've had a chance to speak to this, and it's really every time that we get a chance to speak to this, we go back into our ridings and we hear more anger and frustration from our constituents regarding this NDP Liberal government. You know, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to I'll just warn you, you're probably going to get a lot of points of order from our friends down along the way. I see my friend from another BC counterpart from the NDP down there. He likes to filibuster and he likes to take up a lot of the Conservatives' time and protest all the time about all the bad stuff that us Conservatives do. Yet he has propped up this government for 4 years now. Mr. Speaker, this NDP Liberal government has now frozen business of the House for weeks because of their green slush fund scandal. Unable to deal with any of the pressing issues facing Canadians. Because why, Mr. Speaker? Because they refused to release the documents, the unredacted documents detailing over $400 million of taxpayer funds that were handed to Liberal insiders. That is the honest-to-goodness truth. Over 186 conflicts of interest. A senior civil servant slammed the Liberal government's outright incompetence. The Auditor General said that the industry minister did not sufficiently monitor contracts given to Liberal insiders. As a matter of fact, the chair of the SDTC directed funds right to her own organization. That's what we're talking about today. That's what we have been talking about for the last weeks, months, really. It is shocking, Mr. Speaker, is that, I've been a member of Parliament for 9 years, and I was elected during the Sunny Ways campaign, and where the member from Papineau stood before Canadians and said, when he is Prime Minister, there'll be, his government will be the most open and most above the law, or following the law government in the history of our country. And what have we seen? Scandal after scandal after scandal. And what's shocking for me is how the NDP have just fell in line with these Liberals and really carrying the water for them, and many times. It's always funny when we hear pieces of legislation come before the House and we hear this, just get it to committee and we'll do good work at committee, and then everybody can and have a say at it. And what we've seen over the last 4 years with this WE scandal, the SDTC, and just so many more, is that the NDP have carried the water in this corrupt Liberal government. And it's, they like to stand up, they like to be holier than thou and very sanctimonious in their deliberations and interventions, and how dare they, and their leader puffs up his chest and says, I'm right here, bro, and is on social media talking tough, did a press conference before QP today, all tough talk and what have you, stood before the House, before Canadians, and ripped up the agreement between the two parties, and then quickly taped it up and said, I'm sorry, dear, I didn't mean to do that. I love you. Every step of the way, he has propped up these guys. Once again, just recently, chose the Prime Minister over Canadians. Mr. Speaker, it's shocking time and time again. He says that he's against the carbon tax. Yes, he's voted 24 times, maybe even more, in favor of it. They could end this right now by handing over the documents that Parliament requested so we can allow the RCMP to do their jobs and investigate the Liberal cronies at the SDTC. But they won't do that. They won't do that. Instead, they'll stand before the cameras and they say, well, if only the Conservatives would stop doing what they're doing. Yeah, we are the only ones that are doing our job and making sure that this government's held to account. $400 million, and I see that the gallery is filling up again. It's a Wednesday afternoon after question period, and we've got a semi-full gallery. And to those people that are in the gallery, I want them to know, again, it's $400 million. And what do the Liberals want us to do? They want us just to send it to committee. Let a committee study it and see if there was any malfeasance and any bad stuff going on. And you know what, Mr. Speaker, I've said this before. If somebody steals from you, Mr. Speaker, do you go to a committee or do you go to the RCMP? So, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here today. And another thing I want to talk about today, and it's one that's near and dear to me, is there's another scandal that's taken place, another crisis that's taken place. That is the opioid crisis, Mr. Speaker. You know, the reason why I bring that up is that $400 million, can you imagine how far that would have went to help solve or help at least the opioid crisis? How many beds could that have, that $400 million to build? You know, the Liberals will stand up and say, well, it was the Conservatives that cut all the jobs at CBSA, but yet, you know what, Mr. Speaker? In 2014, 2015, one of the highest amounts of funding for the CBSA. Once this government got into place, this Prime Minister got in, 2016, 2017, over 1,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker, cut. Over $440 million cut. It's in their own public accounts, Mr. Speaker. They don't have to believe me. Canadians can go to the public accounts and bring it up and see for themselves, Mr. Speaker. But let's get back to what I was talking about. The opioid crisis. We are powerless to stop those illicit drugs from coming in to our country. Over 47,000 Canadians have tragically lost their lives to the opioid crisis since 2016. And that situation continues to worsen. In British Columbia, the decriminalization of hard drugs was touted as a solution to reduce stigma and save lives, yet the policy failed. It failed to deliver intended results. Instead, communities have seen increased drug use in public spaces, needles outside of schools, at playgrounds, public disorder, diversion to youth and organized crime, and no meaningful reductions in overdose deaths. I'm going to say this once again because I believe it bears repeating. Overdose is the leading cause of death for youth aged 10 to 18 in my province of British Columbia. That is staggering, Mr. Speaker. And I ask Canadians that are listening in and all those in the gallery to ask yourselves, take a look around your neighborhoods, take a look around your communities. Do your communities look the same as they did 9 years ago? No. They don't. And I can tell you what, it wasn't that way before this Prime Minister, and it won't be that way when we elect a strong Conservative Prime Minister who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, Mr. Speaker. That is our sole function, or sole focus of the next Conservative government, cleaning up the mess that this Liberal government has done. Speaker, you can't talk about the opioid crisis and not talk about safe supply programs, where these government-funded drugs are being diverted and sold illegally, undermining the purpose and fueling addiction and vulnerable populations, including our youth. The situation is further exacerbated by the flow of deadly substances like fentanyl across our porous borders. I talked about this earlier on. They like to stand up and blame Stephen Harper and the former Conservative government. Yet it's this government that has been in power for 9 years that when they took power for consecutive years, they cut funds and cut jobs at the CBSA. They like to blame everybody else but themselves, Mr. Speaker. Despite clear evidence of dangers posed by these substances, enforcement and border controls remain insufficient to stem the tide. Clearly, stopping fentanyl from entering our country and destroying our communities is not a priority for this government. No. This government has spent billions on policies that perpetuate addiction without addressing the root causes or providing support for treatment and recovery. I'll bring it back to this topic that we're talking today, the STTC fund, where over $440 million of Canadian taxpayer funds that were stolen and divvied out by a liberal appointed committee to some of this, like the chair and other friends and families and colleagues of the Liberals. $440 million. Canadians should be outraged at this. Now, how can they continue to ignore the pleas of families and communities devastated by this crisis? How can they? They've had 9 years, and all they've been doing is making it worse. Take Bill C-5, for example, a classic example of this Prime Minister's hug-a-thug, revolving door criminal justice policies that's making our communities unsafe. C-5 eliminated mandatory jail time for certain violent offenders. We want jail, not bail, for criminals who will endanger Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Which is why we introduced a motion in the House this week calling on the NDP Liberal government to reverse C-5, bring in harsher jail sentences for drug kingpins, ban precursor chemicals that organized crime use to make deadly fentanyl, scan the containers at our ports and put more boots on the ground at our border. You know, Mr. Speaker, 99% of the containers that come through our borders are not scanned. Unbelievable, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, to Canadian shock and awe, the Liberal NDP Bloc Coalition voted against it. They voted against the safety of our communities. They voted against the safety of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I ask any Canadian that's watching right now, is this the government that you elected in 2015? Is this what you expected when you elected in 2015? Many Canadians took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. You know, this Prime Minister likes to stand before Canadians, put his hand on his heart and dab away a fake tear. And he's lied, misled Canadians all along the way, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can't talk about the opioid crisis without talking about young Brianna McDonald. Brianna McDonald, for those who might be just tuning in and those in the gallery, was a 12-year-old. She was on the streets of Abbotsford. She turned 13 on July 15th. That's my son's birthday. And she died August 23rd in a homeless encampment from overdose. That's my daughter's birthday. Now, Lance Charles, her dad, and Sarah McDonald were here. Over 30 times they took Brianna to the hospital to plead for help, to try and for the health care, the doctors, somebody to intervene and help Brianna. And Mr. Speaker, what were they given? They were told that if Brianna wants to kill herself, that's her prerogative. And instead of help, Brianna was given needles and instructions on how to do the drugs better. 13 years of age, Mr. Speaker. I can't talk about this Liberal government and their failed soft on crime policies, hug-a-thug policies, without talking about Mr. Hubbard in my community. Mr. Hubbard is a senior, was out in the morning and returned home in the afternoon to find his place being looted by criminals, by drug addicts, criminals to fuel their drug addiction. He tried stopping him, Mr. Speaker. And what happened was they drove over him and they drug him down the road and they left him for dead. But Mr. Speaker, we're tough in northern BC in our region. Mr. Hubbard lived. He's had reconstructive surgery in his face, almost lost his arm. He has to endure more operations down the road. That same day that this incident took place, the RCMP caught a couple of the perpetrators. Within 24 hours, they were back out on the street, Mr. Speaker. That's crazy. But that's what we're seeing time and again from this NDP Liberal hug-a-thug Prime Minister and his friends in the NDP. Talk a big game, you know, always talk about doing the right thing, yet every time they get a chance, they fail Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Oh, Mr. Speaker, there's so much that we could talk about. We talked about the $400 million in taxpayer dollars that have been taken out of the pockets of Canadians and handed to Liberal insiders. Talked about the 186 conflicts of interest that were found by the Auditor General. Again, it could end right now if they just turned over the documents, Mr. Speaker, unredacted, so that the RCMP can have a look at them and see what went on. Instead, they continue to try to cover their tracks and defend their corrupt friends. Meanwhile, Canada is broken. Mr. Speaker, time and again we receive these messages from our constituents that are frustrated. Can't you do anything about this government? Can't you call an election? Can't you force an election? Well, we're trying. Canadians are struggling just to get by, Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are focused on enriching their corrupt friends. This shouldn't surprise anyone. The legacy of the Prime Minister is one of chaos, scandal, corruption, cover-up. And it didn't start today with the Green Slush Fund, Mr. Speaker. It's been a 9-year pattern of dodging accountability and transparency. Didn't he say he was going to be the most transparent government in the history of our country?
What a joke.
Exactly. And somehow the NDP and Bloc are still supporting this Prime Minister. I could go on for hours about the scandals and conflicts of interest this Prime Minister and his Liberal government have been caught in. Now, the Aga Khan, We Charity, SNC Lavalin, Blackface, Clam Scam, Arrive Scam, GC Strategies, Cash for Access, Gropegate, Elbowgate, Surfs Up and Tofino, Emergencies Act, Sole Source Contracts, Foreign Interference, the condo on Billionaires Row with his media buddy, and the latest scandal to rock this government, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I'm talking about the other Randy. First, he found himself in hot water when texts emerged of a Randy texting the business partners of shady, fraudulent company. And if anybody has seen these text messages, it's an actual shakedown over these text messages. $500,000. It's a strict no-no for Crown ministers to be caught bidding on federal contracts. So the former minister explained it was the actions of an other Randy, an individual who, as far as we know now, doesn't exist, Mr. Speaker. His partner said it was autocorrect 9 times. Autocorrect. What a farce. Honestly, Mr. Speaker, the excuses we get from the Liberal bench, front bench, on their misgivings and what have you, it really is farcical. You know, I'm sure they're going to write a movie about it at some point, and because it really is out of a Hollywood script, all these scandals and corruption that take place. Mr. Speaker, all I have to say is it wasn't this way before this Prime Minister. It won't be this way when Canadians elect a strong, Conservative Prime Minister who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Here, here. Well,
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to allow the member to correct some of the numbers that he gave out. He said in his speech that we eliminated border jobs, which is completely untrue. When Stephen Harper came into power, there were 14,833 CBSA employees. When he left, there were 13,774, which is a reduction of 1,059 CBSA. Why are people like heckling me when I'm just trying to give out data? And not only did we restore all those jobs, but we also added an additional 371. So I just want to give the member the opportunity to correct the record, because the numbers certainly do not reflect the statement that he made.
Woman for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable colleague is misleading Canadians. I'm reading right from the public accounts right here. 2014, 2015 expenditures under a Conservative government, over $2 million, $2 billion. And when the Liberals took government, 2015, 2016, 2017, over $400 million was cut from the CBSA, including 1,000 jobs. It's in the public accounts. 2012 to 2017 CBSA spending by program. That minister can look at, parliamentary secretary can look it up right there himself.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, well, the reality is the union also identified the 1,100 jobs that were fired from CBSA by Stephen Harper and many of his colleagues that sit with him today here. They were the sniffer dogs. They were the people doing intelligence research. They were the frontline workers, men and women, who also had to go on strike to get proper protection at the workforce. So the suggestion that they had nothing to do with that and didn't take frontline officers is erroneous, and the Conservatives insisting to attack the union, who have press releases, press conferences, and numerous interventions in this House, is outrageous, because the men and women on our front line protecting our border deserve the proper supports and protection. So the Conservatives that continue to run this line to attack the union is rather unfortunate. And Mr. Speaker, I would just simply ask this member, as I'm being heckled by the member right over here, that why do they continue to attack the union when we know that they're 2,000 to 3,000 officers short? And at the same time, it was his former government that got rid of the detector dog program and the sniffer dog program, which were some of the best programs in the world.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Geez, Mr. Speaker, talk about unhinged and erratic behavior. Mr. Speaker, perhaps he's feeling the heat because he's complicit in all the Liberal scandals that has taken place over the last 4 years, as his Twitter tough leader puffs up his chest and stands before Canadians and says he's going to rip up the contract. Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from the NDP, who have absolutely decimated my province and have no clue what they would do if they ever formed government, Mr. Speaker. They are going to be reduced to the third party again in this House, Mr. Speaker, or fourth, Mr. Speaker. They are complicit in the Liberal scandals and the Prime Minister's scandals, and so, Mr. Speaker, we'll take no lessons from them at all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Niget, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Well, I listened closely to my colleague's speech, and I would invite him to update his talking points, because the Bloc Québécois supported the confidence vote against the government on Monday. So I think our colleague needs to pay attention to that. We know that the Conservative Party doesn't seem to have anything constructive to say, and they keep repeating the same thing over and over, but they should show some rigor. And then the other thing that my colleague needs to update is that the Bloc Québécois did not vote in favor of the Conservative motion that asked for the GST to be cut on new housing, because the Conservative motion explicitly said that provinces should be asked to do the same thing. So I want some intellectual consistency from the Conservative Party. They are a party that claims to support provincial and Quebec autonomy. And yet here, well, this goes against that. So if my colleague is really serious, why is it that the Conservative Party is now saying that it wants to dictate to the provinces in Quebec what they should be doing with their tax policy? Since when is that Conservative Party policy?
George. Serious as a heart attack, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do stand corrected. I do thank our honourable colleague from the Bloc for standing with us in that last confidence vote, Mr. Speaker. But aside that, I'll cede the floor to the next question. Thanks.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my friend for his very well thought out presentation today on the SDTC scandal. And I remember it was a scandal that brought down the former Liberal government of Jean Paul Martin with the ad scam, and that scandal was only 80, $90 million. This is $400 million of taxpayers' money that was stolen and given to Liberal Insider and friends. My question is, this House has been seized with this for months now. So, to my honourable colleague, how bad are the unredacted documents? How much they must implicate Liberal friends and family that they've seized the House and the Liberals refuse to release the unredacted documents to RCMP? How many must be going to jail?
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that's the million-dollar question right there, or the $440 million question right there, is that, how bad is it, and where did the money go? We do know that $440 million of taxpayer funds was siphoned away from this fund, and it went to, well, the Liberal chair, it went to her business, it went to other members of that committee's business, Mr. Speaker. And what did that business, what did they fund? I believe it funded a Chinese company, electric car company, that has egregious human rights issues against it. And, you know, there's other companies that it did fund, and probably more that are Liberal friends. Mr. Speaker, this is the question that we have. Like, how bad is it that they will not actually release those documents, Mr. Speaker? They have to be running scared.
Got me pretty bad.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
So you can see Conservative misinformation in real time in the exchange that was between the member and I earlier. I questioned him about CBSA officers being removed under Stephen Harper's government, and he said, oh, no. I looked at the public accounts. I have the dollar figure here. I have the number of people that, he goes, from 2000, admittedly, he shouldn't have given away the years because it exposed himself, but he said from 2012 to 2017, from 2012 until 2015, it was Stephen Harper in government. He admitted himself in his answer that the jobs were eliminated under Stephen Harper. So he is right. He's right about the jobs being eliminated during that 5-year period. He's just wrong in who was in government during that time. Will he now, given the fact that he's given the numbers himself, admit that it was Stephen Harper that eliminated those jobs?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable colleague said I exposed myself with. I've been a member for 9 years, and my recollection is it was only a Liberal MP exposed himself 3 times and actually was punted out of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not go down the path of the with whimsy and folly of this guy over here. Mr. Speaker, he stands up all the time and is hopeful that he's going to get called to get that to the front bench, and he's only going backwards, Mr. Speaker. So, with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm just not going to go down the path with him.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to continue, I mean, this is a very serious issue because our men and women on the front lines every single day put their lives at risk. And so what the NDP has proposed is to actually eliminate the 1932 clause that restricted the CBSA officers, get up to 3,000 officers that are right now missing online in terms of the frontline services, bring back the detector dogs that were cut, as well as other measures. So my simple question to the member is, why does he keep attacking the workers by denying what Stephen Harper and he and his colleagues did in this chamber?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George, in about 30 seconds.
Mr. Speaker, only a Conservative elected government under this, our leader, is going to arm our frontline officers and make sure that our borders are less porous, make sure that they have the tools that they need to do their job, Mr. Speaker. There's only one party in this House that takes this seriously, and it's the Conservatives, and we will do it when we elect a Conservative government. Thank you.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like a little bit of clarification as per the standing orders. When you are standing, I should be sitting, so I see you're standing, so I'm sure that you're giving me permission to stand. Should multiple people be standing, or members be standing at one time, Or is it a standing order that one person should be standing who is recognized by the chair? Can you please just reference the standing order to confirm what the rules are? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, the honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2021, I suffered a horrendous leg injury that has hampered me, and so it has been commonplace through the Speaker that this Speaker and others that when in between questions and answers that I'm allowed to stand because of the injury that I have to my leg. And if the member does not want to, if she wants to take this further, she can actually come and talk to me in private.
I appreciate the update, and I just want to clarify that the honourable member did have the accident, and we have allowed the honourable member to stand because he cannot sit, and it's very difficult for him. So we make accommodations for those who have some kind of impairment. The honourable member for Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, I actually rose on a genuine point of order. I'm just asking for clarification. I don't know people's medical histories, and for that member to imply that I was asking something out of turn is not the case. I'm just trying to ask what the rules are. Can you please just clarify what the rules are? And it's great that accommodations are being made. I'm confident that Liberal members would want to see those accommodations be made.
I thank the honourable member for asking, and again, it's normally we would stay seated while, of course, the Speaker is standing to address the crowd. And it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows: the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on ethics, and the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd on immigration, refugees, and citizenship. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today and always to address the House. And I wanted to start by drilling down on the concept of common sense. Members in the House and those who follow the debates elsewhere will know that Conservatives speak a lot about the concept of common sense. We've been highlighting the importance of restoring common sense in government decision-making. I've observed that our critics across the way and some of their friends online have responded by denigrating the use of the term common sense. Our critics say that they don't really know what we mean by common sense. And Mr. Speaker, the fact that the government is claiming not to understand what is meant or implied by common sense actually, I think, demonstrates the problem in substantial measure. The concept of common sense has a history and a meaning that's worth reflecting on and that used to be well understood. But the fact that the government in particular doesn't know what common sense is shows, I think, how far we've gone. But for their benefit, I think it's worth delving a little bit into this concept and why it's important to restore common sense decision-making in this country. Okay, so let me say first, at a general level, that we all know that ideas have practical consequences. We can see over time whether an idea works when implemented or not. A critical test of an idea is the practical consequences that it creates in the real world. When we consider in our policy debates the validity of an idea, we need to ask whether or not that idea will work in practice, whether it produces the effects that it is intended to produce, and whether it contributes to or undermines human flourishing. Most people in their regular lives hold ideas that they also practice. As they practice the ideas that they profess, their lives demonstrate the effectiveness or the ineffectiveness of the ideas that they profess and practice. I would see this happen a lot, by the way, thinking back, Mr. Speaker, with friends I had in university. They would develop some idea about human behavior, maybe through a class or a discussion or something they read. They would put that idea into practice, then they would reap the consequences, and they would thus become either an example or a cautionary tale as a result. More often than not, in my recollection, it was a cautionary tale. And these were little but profound demonstrations of John Stuart Mill's theory on the value of experiments in living, that free people engage in experiments in living, which others can then observe, and the observation of experiments in living leads to the collective formation of norms that work and lead to greater human flourishing. So the things that most people learn and practice in order to live well-ordered, healthy, and happy lives are what we have come to call common sense. There's no central repository of the information that we call common sense, but the concept still has profound meaning. It refers to the things that most normal people have come to know by experience, and perhaps by listening to elders in their lives who have shared from their experience. Experiments in living over time produce general insights that most people recognize as true, the things that most people know by experience to be right and sensible. So if a person comes up with a new novel theory, they might well posit that it is true, but they could not consider it common sense. New novel theories often challenge common sense, and they are often wrong. Not always, but conservatism that we champion on this side of the House, conservatism is the idea that we should at least be cautious and deferential when implementing changes in order to preserve the common sense wisdom of the past. A lot of harm has been done through the capricious application of someone's ideas of what would be a good and interesting experiment. So let's consider one example of this in the policy space, so-called modern monetary theory. This is the theory that government can spend as much as they want without being constrained by revenue, without being worried about consequences. That some way, somehow, modern monetary theory posits that you can just run massive deficits in perpetuity. Needless to say, proponents of this radical theory would not consider this theory to be common sense. They wouldn't even pretend that it was common sense because it is novel and radical. Even proponents, I think, would acknowledge that it's both novel and radical. Now, I think we can say that to a substantial extent, modern monetary theory has been tried in Canada by this government, that no longer believes that it ever needs to target the balancing of the budget, and has more than doubled our national debt in the last 9 years they've been in office. This radical novel theory has been tried, and I think we can see now, or most people can see, that it has clearly failed. But there are many other new and novel theories that this government has tried and failed as well. They tried experimenting with a carbon tax. They tried experimenting with very high levels of non-permanent immigration in the absence of a housing policy to make up for the need that was thus created. They tried experimenting with hard drug decriminalization. This just to name a few examples of radical, novel experiments that this government imposed on this great country. Now, these were experiments in policy, and all of them failed. They were ideas that 9 years ago might have sounded good to some people in theory. But we no longer need to simply debate these ideas as theory, because we can see them in practice, and we can see that they have failed in practice. There are also ideas that I think we can say violated common sense. They went against things that we know and have known to be true for a long time about the kinds of policies that work and the kinds that don't. They tried radical new ideas, and these radical new ideas did not work. And so when conservatives talk about restoring common sense, we mean precisely against pushing back against these sorts of radical experiments and restoring an application of long-standing wisdom. We will make decisions that are rooted in this common sense experience of real people. We will replace their weak, weird, woke, and wasteful policies with common sense conservatism, with ideas rooted in the conclusive experience of history and the things that normal people know from experience to be true. Mr. Speaker, I want to make one other observation about common sense, and that is that one of the biggest attacks that we see on common sense is from privileged people who promote their luxury beliefs at the expense of everyone else. Luxury beliefs are ideas promoted by privileged people, often not actually practiced by the people promoting them, but they're promoted to confer on the promoter a kind of social recognition and status. Here are a few examples. When rich and privileged people push calls to defund the police, while themselves relying on private security or living in gated communities. When politicians denounce choice in education, while finding workarounds for their own families. When leaders push for higher taxes on small businesses, while ensuring that they will never have to pay those higher taxes themselves. These are examples of luxury beliefs, where the proponents of these radical ideas protect themselves from the impacts, and they have the power and the privilege to protect themselves from the impacts of the weird experiments. They're running an experiment, but they are stepping out of the lab so they're not affected. A normal person living in the real world cannot afford to ignore common sense for long, because a lack of common sense will catch up with them. It will have consequences for their life that they and that others will notice, and will lead to a course correction. Well-functioning democracies, by protecting the voice of the common people in decision-making, maximize the chance that collective decisions will be informed by common sense. The common people are often most in touch with common sense, because the common people have to live with the consequences of collective decisions. But a small, privileged elite can often continue, even for a long time, to hold, promote, and govern on the basis of a narrow set of luxury beliefs which defy common sense, while protecting themselves from the impact of those decisions. And this fundamentally defines the record and practice of the current government, making decisions based on luxury beliefs that they can insulate themselves from, and that have in reality had devastating impacts on the lives of everyday Canadians. The Prime Minister is generally insulated from the impacts of his carbon tax. He won't even share information about how much greenhouse gases his own activities produce as Prime Minister, and we've sought that information before and haven't received it. He is a taxpayer-funded home and has never struggled to afford a home because of inherited wealth. He has the privilege to protect himself from inflation, and he does not have to live in communities that have been devastated by his own dangerous drug decriminalization policies. And so he persists in his own luxury beliefs because he does not see or experience their real-world consequences. But today, many Canadians actually who once voted for him, can see the failure of his luxury beliefs and see the urgency of our call in response to these radical experiments, our call for a return to common sense, to axe the tax, to build the homes, to fix the budget, to stop the crime, to reverse these radical policies with clear common sense priorities. Our priorities, notably, correspond to these specific areas of NDP Liberal failed experiments. They brought in a carbon tax, which was an experimental idea. It was the theory that if you increase the cost of everything, that this will lead to less consumption in areas that produce carbon emissions. And that this failed because I think, as history actually shows us, that it's technological change that leads to changes in behavior. It wasn't through taxes on horses that we saw the transition to the automobile. It was through the invention of the automobile. And I remember seeing a post online, someone showing a picture of the street before the invention of the car and after the invention of a car, and saying, see how quickly things can change. Well, the point is, things changed because new alternatives were available that allowed people to adapt. We wouldn't have seen that change through a tax on horses. It just would have made taking a horse and buggy more expensive, Mr. Speaker. So the carbon tax was a theory. It was tried. It hasn't worked. The government hasn't reached their targets at all, and there are other countries that have pursued other policies that I think have been more effective than the actions of this government. So our response is to restore common sense, to reject their radical experimentation, to restore common sense in this area with our proposal to axe the tax. Now, when it comes to another area of experimentation, they brought in changes around housing and immigration, experimental changes. They radically increased non-permanent immigration to this country, and they did not have any plans around home construction. In fact, fewer homes are being built today than were built in this country in the 1970s, despite the growth in population. And this experiment of not having enough homes to meet the needs of the population, it was a radical experiment. It's an experiment that individual members of the government are insulated from the impacts of, but it was an experiment that failed. And in response to that, we want to champion a return to common sense, the common sense proposal to build the homes. Axe the tax, build the homes. Okay, then as I already talked about, they experimented with modern monetary theory. They said, hey, let's try something new. Let's try dramatically increasing spending and not worrying about at any point balancing the budget. It was a radical, novel idea. And I think many people would say it would be nice if that was true. It would be nice if we could spend infinitely without needing to worry about where the money came from, but that's just not how the world works. As Disraeli famously said, the facts of life are conservative. What goes up must come down. There's a basic reality that their experimentation defied. They acted on fiscal policy and continue to act on fiscal policy in defiance of basic common sense. The wisdom that people naturally gather over time by living normal lives, realizing that you can't spend money you don't have, and if you spend money you don't have, eventually it's going to catch up to you. That's common sense. The government tried to defy common sense. It didn't work. And in response to that failure, we have a proposal to fix the budget. That is to institute a dollar-for-dollar rule, which restores common sense. If you're going to spend $1 on something, that dollar has to come from somewhere. Yes. You can't spend money that you don't have, and if you have that money, it had to come from somewhere. So it's simply asking government to discipline itself to that common sense reality. So that's our plan to fix the budget. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and finally stop the crime. We've seen radical experiments from this government on crime. When they took office, they made substantial changes to the bail system. And you can see, if you look at the data on violent crime in this country, how violent crime was going down under Stephen Harper, and it started to go up when this Prime Minister took office. It's because they made specific policy changes.
Taking a point of order, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
What does this have to do with the concurrence motion, Mr. Speaker? Like if he wants to debate the budget or another piece of legislation, perhaps he should allow the government to introduce it so that we can debate that.
I know the honourable member. We've gone through concurrence motions a lot, but we weren't doing that. We're actually on privilege right now. But I will. I will remind the honourable member to maybe to come back to the privilege motions at hand. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen the radical experiments of this government on crime, and that's why Conservatives are championing common sense proposals to stop the crime. We will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. And these common sense principles respond to the radical experimentation of this government. And I hope that is helpful for members of the government in understanding these principles of common sense. Now, the member highlighted the privilege issue. And of course, I've talked a little bit about the privilege of the government and how they're so privileged that they've insulated themselves from the impacts of their bad policies. But in particular, by privilege, we're talking about the fact that this government has refused to hand over documents ordered by the House of Commons. And what I've been building up to, Mr. Speaker, is the reality that this government's approach to scandal and to the House of Commons demonstrates a lack of regard for the basic principles of common sense. Now, we are talking in this privilege motion about the rights of the House of Commons, fundamentally, to order the production of documents. Now we call it the House of Commons for a reason, because the House of Commons has always been the institution that represents the common people. And I've talked earlier in this speech about how the common people are necessarily in touch with common sense by the experience of their lives, whereas it is often the case that a privileged elite can become disconnected from common sense. So we're here in the House of Commons championing the common sense of the common people. And the right of that House of Commons to, on behalf of the common people, order the production of documents that are relevant for the work of the House. And we have, in the midst of their defense of power and privilege against the common people and against the House of Commons, a government that is refusing to hand over documents that have been ordered. And in the spirit of common sense, Conservatives are going to continue to demand that those documents be handed over. But what are the documents? Aside from the principle of the right of the People's House to order the production of documents, what exactly are the documents that the government is making their stand on in defense of power and privilege against the rights of the people to see these, to order these documents? Well, it's about a corrupt green slush fund where government insiders were able to, because of their privileged access, hand out money, and they did so often to companies that were owned by people on that very board. So you had a group of insiders appointed by the government that were able to hand out $400 million to various companies, and they used that insider access, that power, to give money to their own companies. Now, this is obviously a violation of the basic principles of common sense. I think any reasonable person thinking about what makes sense, thinking about what is fair, would understand that you should not have people with the power to allocate taxpayers' dollars to companies that they own. Yes. That's just common sense. But it wasn't common sense that penetrated the elite decision-making circles within this government. And this underlines both the process of this motion, the fact that the government is refusing to hand over documents, and the substance behind it, which is what happened with the Green Slush Fund, just underline the need to restore that common sense to the decision-making that takes place here in Parliament, here in Ottawa in general. Because the very fact that these government insiders thought that what they were doing was something that was okay or that they could get away with just illustrates how broken things have become under this government. And I could go through the litany of scandals, Mr. Speaker. Just this week at the Government Operations Committee, where we're doing ongoing work on the Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal, how elite non-Indigenous insiders took money that was supposed to be benefiting Indigenous companies. And in fact, that the AFN says that the vast majority of those who benefited from these set-asides were actually shell companies. We had an auditor before committee who said that he, years ago, came to the government with evidence of criminal activity by people pretending to be Indigenous, saying that these allegations should be referred to the RCMP, and the government decided not to do that. Unbelievable that an auditor would say we have criminal activity here and that this government would decide not to hand over. It's time to restore the common sense of the common people, Mr. Speaker, united for our common home, and that's what we should be standing up for in this House of Commons. Thank you.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
I certainly enjoy the choice of words by Conservatives lately because they don't talk about balancing the budget. They talk about fixing the budget. And I'm wondering if the member can tell me the difference between the two. Because I certainly don't think they mean balancing it, because when you look at the history of Conservatives over the last few decades, neither Stephen Harper or Brian Mulroney balanced the budget. Actually, Harper only had two balanced budgets. One is questionable. That was just before he left in 2015. And the other was on the heels of Paul Martin's surplus in 2006. So my question for the member is, he talks about fixing the budget. What is the difference between fixing and balancing? And please, spare me the rhetoric about I will, for every dollar I spend, I have to say, does that basically mean that they will keep the deficit exactly where it is? Because in reality, Mr. Speaker, most governments accept the fact that running deficits is okay as long as you're growing your economy at a pace that is outpacing the deficits, in which case that has been the case for this government.
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, let's all have a bit of a chuckle about what just happened. The member said, "I want an answer to this question, but spare me the answer that I expect you to give." Well, okay, then I might as well just sit down. But no, maybe I'll just give him that answer again, so that he understands. Because maybe after a few times he'll actually learn something, Mr. Speaker. Okay, fixing the budget. We will bring in a dollar-for-dollar rule, which means that when a dollar is spent, this is common sense. So good for the member to hear it. When a dollar is spent, that dollar needs to come from somewhere. So the government needs to identify, when they're making spending decisions, if they're proposing to spend $100 million on something over here, they need to be able to say, well, where did that $100 million come from? Right? The money has to come from somewhere to go to the spending item. That is common sense. What this NDP Liberal government has pursued is a radical policy in defiance of common sense, where they have seem to believe that you can promise new spending without ever offering an account of where that money came from. And the effect of that has been massive inflation, making life significantly less affordable for Canadians, more than doubling the national debt. A horrible record, a record worse than any previous Conservative or Liberal Prime Minister. And Canadians are going to be living with the debt caused by this NDP Liberal government for a very long time. But we are prepared to use common sense to clean up the atrocious mess that they have created and restore our common home.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neigette-Témiscouata-Lébesque. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, a simple question from my colleague. In the Harper era, the Conservative government had cut the GST. He'll remember we went from 7 to 5%. I would like now to ask the colleague to explain to me why his colleague wasn't in agreement with giving a tax holiday a few years later. So what's the difference between the fiscal impact under the Conservative government and the fiscal impact right now with the Liberals?
Sherwood Park,
the honourable member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear the difference between a across-the-board permanent tax cut and the temporary tax trick proposed by this NDP Liberal government. We permanently reduced the GST from 7 to 6 to 5%, and we did so while balancing the budget. Of course, there were timely temporary deficits during the global financial crisis, and we brought the country back to a balanced budget. It was a prudent fiscal approach, and we were able to cut taxes permanently and across the board, cutting the GST. Now, this temporary tax trick says that, okay, certain goods, we're going to change the list of goods that are tax exempt for a period of 2 months. So you have one list of tax exempt goods now, that list is going to change for 2 months, and then it's going to change back, which is just a nightmare from an administrative standpoint for small businesses that have to manage this. And it's a trick because you are not cutting people's taxes permanently. We favor permanent, across-the-board, effective tax cuts to make our system simpler, more effective, and to provide Canadians the tax relief they deserve.
Questions and comments? The honourable member Windsor West.
Well, the member's actually correct, is that under that time frame, the Harper administration did bring in the largest Canadian deficit at that time of $56 billion. Prior to that, it was Brian Mulroney in the Conservative government at $40 billion. Also during that time frame, they also brought in the HST, thank you very much, with Brian Mulroney's GST before that, and borrowed up to $6 billion to pay the different provinces to bring in the HST, which we're still paying for right now. So to my colleague right now, does he regret the Stephen Harper government for actually having us pay interest on the deficit that we have today, and then on top of that, we're actually paying interest on the money that we had to borrow to bring in their HST policy?
Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member from the NDP wishes to hold me accountable for decisions of the Mulroney government. I was born in 1987. I respectfully, I know he's a little bit older than me, and he has been in this place for a long time. But I don't know that I'm necessarily well positioned to defend all the decisions of the Mulroney government at that time. I will say that over the course of the country's history up until 2015, almost 150 years of this country's history, our national debt was at a certain point. Over the Harper years, that debt to GDP ratio went down overall. We went through the global financial crisis, and we balanced the budget coming out of that. We lowered the debt to GDP ratio. But comparing the entire accumulated debt of this country from Confederation to 2015, with the debt run up in 9 years under this NDP Liberal government, more debt has been run up by one Prime Minister in 9 years than every single Prime Minister before that. So we can debate the particulars of the Mulroney government's record, of the Diefenbaker government's record. We can talk about R.B. Bennett at some point as well. But the fact is that comparing all of those Prime Ministers of the past, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister has run up more debt than all of them combined.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Huron Bruce.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member can comment a little bit about the wasteful spending. I can't believe the wasteful spending over the last 9 years. And the member from Kingston and the Islands says, well, what are you going to do? Well, I think the member here from my colleague here, I think he'll outline. We're not going to have this wasteful spending. $10 million on a cricket farm about an hour from where I grew up. Exactly. $400 million in this slush fund. Millions of dollars to Loblaws for coolers. I'd like him to talk about the wasteful spending. And one last point I'll say, the member from Windsor, he's a great guy. I like him. He can talk about the spending. I remember I was here, Megan, Leslie, Nathan, Cullen, they said spend more. They said spend more. So that's one thing to say it, but that's what they were saying. Thank you.
Honourable Member Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great question from my colleague. I don't think there's enough time in most of our lives, actually, to lay out all the waste that has happened. But I have the honor of serving on the Government Operations Committee, and I'll just highlight a few things that we've been able to identify there in terms of government waste. That while the size of the public service has grown, there's also been a dramatic increase in spending on outside consultants. And you'd expect these things to go inversely. If there was a larger public service, there'd be less need to contract out, or vice versa. But actually, under this government, there's been growth in the public service, and they're contracting out more. They're contracting to people who are then subcontracting. There's this whole class of professional contractors and subcontractors who receive and then subcontract. Companies like GC Strategies. Now, we've seen horrendous abuse of the Indigenous procurement program, where non-Indigenous elite insiders pretend to be Indigenous or set up shell companies or abusive joint ventures. And then they use those arrangements to take contracts that should be benefiting Indigenous communities. So we're talking about the Green Slush Fund today. There's abuses of the Indigenous procurement program. There's outrageous spending on contracting out to friends of the government like McKinsey and others. Mr. Speaker, so these are some of the kind of obvious, significant examples. And I'm very proud of the fact that as we've put forward proposals for cutting Canadians' taxes, taking the GST off new home construction, for example, we have in every case identified where the money is going to come from. That's our approach. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's once again my pleasure to go to my feet and talk about the STDC slush fund of the Liberals and the corruption that has gone through this organization from top to bottom for years and years, 9 long years, Mr. Speaker, and also bringing a debate about some other of governments that have also had some scandals. I come from Saskatchewan, and for a long time, I wasn't proud of it, but it was National Government Party was the NDP in Saskatchewan, and they had scandal after scandal after scandal. So we will compare and contrast some of the scandals of my home province with some of the scandals that are happening right here in Ottawa, Mr. Speaker. But first, I hope I have some leeway from my friend from Kingston and the Islands. I would like to take this time, not sure if I'll be on my feet again, to wish everyone in Canada a very Merry Christmas. Across Regina Louvain, where Christmas is one of my favorite times of the year, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much, and bring some joy to this chamber. And Christmas is excellent. My wife's we got the Christmas tree up on November the 12th. So she was very, very excited to get the Christmas tree up.
And that GST.
I should have waited for the GST break, I guess, but we had the tree up a little bit before the GST cut came in to place, Mr. Speaker. And I do want to say we did some hard work, and we got the backyard rink ready so we can have a hockey game with the kids and the uncles and with us for Boxing Day, when we welcome the start of the World Junior Hockey Championship that's being hosted right here in Ottawa. So good luck to Team Canada. It's a family tradition to watch all the junior hockey games. I'm looking forward to that as well. So thank you for the leeway, Mr. Chair. And on to the SDTC slush fund. And I talked about this earlier on with my question to my colleague from Caribou Prince George, and I said one scandal that took down the Martin Liberals was AdScam. It was an advertising scandal that rocked Quebec, and it was something that really shows Liberals what they do when they're in government. They actually, at some point in time, believe they're above the law. They believe that they have the divine right to govern, and they take every opportunity to enrich their friends and family. We see it time and time again. It's not a flaw of the Liberal organization. It's actually the
raison d'etre. Like this is the reason that they want a government, so that they can enrich their friends and family. So after they get voted out and the Conservatives have to come in and clean up their mess, then their friends and family can give them cushy parachute jobs so that they have the opportunity to make money while they wait for their turn to come back into government and wreck everything again. So Conservatives have to clean up their mess. So the SDTC slush fund, Mr. Speaker, is a $420 million fund that was set up by this Liberal government. And the board was put in place by this Liberal government, Mr. Speaker. And the key mandate for SDTC, it was a federally funded nonprofit that approves and disperses over 100 million in funds, now 400, to clean technology companies. Ironically, many of these companies, Mr. Speaker, have direct relations to people in cabinet. And the chair of this organization, the SDTC, actually gave money to their very own company. And Mr. Speaker, that is something that is actually my colleague from Sherwood Park, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, really summed up nice talking about common sense. Lots of people would say it would be common sense that you, if you're on a board, especially a chair of the board, appointed by the government to give funds to clean tech companies, you would automatically assume that your company would not be eligible, or at the bare minimum, recluse yourself from those discussions. None of this happened with this corrupt organization, Mr. Speaker. So here are the numbers. The audit found, the Auditor General found, our audit found that funding was approved by SDTC board for 10 ineligible projects, 96 cases where conflict of interest policies weren't followed, 90 cases where conflict of interest policies were also not followed, projects without ensuring contribution agreement terms were met, 19.5 for seed stream, and $38.5 million for COVID relief payments. The funding that were overlaps were $62 million for a grand total of $390 million that was given out to ineligible or two projects that were found by the auditor to be in conflict of interest. Mr. Speaker, this is something that has rocked the Liberal Party of Canada and their junior partner, the NDP. The fact that these documents are so bad, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're seized with this debate again, day in and day out, is Liberals and their NDP junior partners are terrified to see what is in these documents. They have no idea how bad this is going to get, so they just don't even want to look at what has happened in this case, Mr. Speaker. And I remember in 2015, the then member from Papineau was running around the country, 2015 campaign, sunny ways. And a direct quote, Mr. Speaker, is, "There will never be a more open and transparent government in the history of Canada than the one headed by the member from Papineau." What an absolute failure. Mr. Speaker, there has been over 70 scandals that I will get to by this government alone. And at the head of these scandals is the current NDP Liberal Prime Minister, who himself has been in breach of the conflict of interest not once, but twice. Mr. Speaker, I once heard a very good quote from a fine football movie called Remember the Titans. And the quote was, "Attitude reflects leadership." And you see that within the Liberal NDP caucuses. Their leaders, that's what their attitude is. The rules for thee, but not for me. And that comes straight from the Prime Minister's office, Mr. Speaker. They believe they're above the law. They believe that taxpayers' dollars are there for them to spend as they please. And conflict of interest be damned, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't matter to them. They are very much entitled to their entitlements, which I think came from one of their members a few years ago, Mr. Speaker. And the funds that are going out, I feel that, yes, Dingwall said that he was entitled to his entitlements. And Mr. Speaker, the funds that are going out, I don't know if this is actually a strategy that the NDP Liberals have, is maybe if we have so many scandals that the Canadian population will just be accustomed to it. Maybe if there's so many wrongdoings within this government that the Canadian population will be like, just another Liberal NDP scandal. What else would you expect? It's kind of what they do. As the member from Regina Coppell stated eloquently, he said, Liberals are getting liberal. And that's really what we're seeing here. It is actually embedded into their ideology that taxpayers' dollars are their own. And I say this in many speeches, and it bears repeating. They should realize, these NDP Liberals should realize, government has never earned a dollar. Government only takes money through taxation to individuals or businesses that make that money. And that's how they get their funds, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we need to look at the ideology within the Liberal Party. They will give money to their friend. We had clam scam. You know, I think I do have a list of all the scandals here, Madam Speaker, which I'd like to run through and talk about it. Because the Canadian population, I think, have become accustomed to Liberal scandals. I think they expect a new scandal every week. And, well, the Liberals are obliging them because we have a new scandal every week. Another Andy. There are so many, so I'll start from the top, and we put this list together in my office. So obviously we have the Prime Minister's first breach of ethics when he took the Agacon vacation scandal, when he took tens of thousands of dollars vacation to a private island. I don't have many friends that own private islands. I don't know if any other members do, but that's probably not even an option for many of us that are in the House of Commons, Madam Speaker. We have the Prison Needle Exchange Program, pressuring the Justice Minister to get Liberal donor SNC-Lavalin off the hook and firing the Justice Minister for not helping cover it up. So, Madam Speaker, that is really the Jody Wilson-Raybould saga that ended in the Prime Minister unceremoniously dumping the first Indigenous female Justice Minister. But that's just the first of many competent, strong women that this Prime Minister has thrown under the bus, and we'll get to more of those, Madam Speaker. We have, some people experience things differently response over groping allegations. The We Charity scandal, which the member from Kingston Island did talk about, how are you going to fix the budget? And I'd like to add to the answer from my colleague, you fix the budget by cutting the wasteful spending. The hundreds of millions of dollars given to We Charity over the years, Madam Speaker. There's an easy cut. Madam Speaker, also the ability to grow the public service exponentially, but yet more than double the amount of money being paid to outside consultants. The member said how do you grow government and grow the money you're giving to outside consulting, third-party consulting contracts? Millions, hundreds of millions to McKinsey. There's another easy cut to save taxpayers money. So we're probably at about $200 million right there, Madam Speaker. The Canada Infrastructure Bank hasn't finished a project in this country. I think that's billion. That's a couple $billion where you can bring that money home and actually get projects built in our country, Madam Speaker. So there's more money that can be saved. So when we talk about common sense approaches to fixing the budget, there is some concrete examples right there, Madam Speaker. So we were on We Charity. We have the Trudeau, the Prime Minister, the member from Papineau, when he elbowed the NDP female member in the House of Commons. That was another scandal that rocked this nation, the Prime Minister being physical with another MP. Proroguing Parliament to escape the We scandal. Once again, building on the We scandal, Madam Speaker. Sending personal protective equipment to China during the pandemic. I remember there's a stockhouse filled with protective equipment in Regina, and they actually just threw it out, Madam Speaker, during the pandemic. Giving hundreds of thousands of dollars in ventilator contracts to Liberal Party insider Frank Baylis, whose company didn't even produce ventilators. Madam Speaker, it should have been that's foreshadowing what happened with the SDTC scandal, Madam Speaker, is giving money to Liberal insiders. Fake charges against Mark Norman, the member from Calgary Skyview. What he did in 2021, he actually took people's mail out of their mailboxes, so that was another scandal, Madam Speaker. Illegally invoking the Emergencies Act, one of my personal favorite, as when the NDP used to stand for something, when the last time the Emergencies Act was invoked was when the NDP actually stood for something, and the then member named Tommy Douglas said it was like cracking a peanut with a sledgehammer, invoking the War Measures Act. But a long time ago, that NDP stood for something. Now they stand for nothing but their leader's pension and keeping this current scandal-plagued Prime Minister in power. PHAC found committing contempt of Parliament in Winnipeg lab docs. I remember that. And the Liberals then took their own speaker to court, I believe, Madam Speaker. Trampling Canadians with horses, seizing Canadians' bank accounts. That was one that was something I've never thought I'd see in my lifetime. Rampant abuse of staff in the Liberal Prime Minister's appointed Governor General's office. Governor General wasting $100,000 to throw private jet parties. Connection with illegal casino magnates. Vaccine delays. The Liberal Prime Minister dressing up in racist costumes on official trips to India. Liberal Prime Minister dressing up in racist blackface. Mass airport delays and cancellations. Decriminalizing hard drugs. The member from Prince George Cariboo gave a wonderful speech on how in his province the decriminalizing of harmful drugs and hard drugs has caused the #1 cause of death in his province from 18 to 27-year-olds to be overdoses. That is a direct result of the NDP government in BC and these Liberals agreeing to legalize hard drugs, Madam Speaker. Sending diplomats to a party at Russian embassy during the invasion of Ukraine was another scandal. Madam Speaker, Liberal Prime Minister is polluting more in 1 year with his private jet than the average Canadian does in half a lifetime. That's another thing where we see the Liberals prop themselves up as stewards of the environment when they pollute more through private jet use than half a lifetime of Canadians. That's another example also we talked about earlier is do as we say, not as we do, Madam Speaker. This list gets longer. I think every time I give the speech, the minister giving a $17,000 contract to a Liberal-aligned media firm, Liberal Prime Minister letting Thomas Reuters take his chief of staff to the White House press correspondent dinner, D&D minister misrepresented his service in the military, trying to get unwarranted border searches of electronics, restriction on online free speech. We all remember the anti-free speech bill the Liberals tried to get through before the last election, and we were able to slow that down. The Liberal Prime Minister spending $11 million to renovate his cottage. Can you imagine an $11 million renovation? I think that would be something that Canadians would see as a waste of taxpayers' dollars. Raising the carbon tax during an energy crisis. Deceiving the public about electoral reform. I remember, was it 2015? I believe it was 2015, colleagues, where it was going to be the last election of first past the post. And that was another promise the Prime Minister hand over heart promised that he was going to change the electoral system, Madam Speaker. Another memory of the Prime Minister doing his Care Bear stare and hand over his heart was when he went to national TV and looked Canadians in the eye during COVID and said, "Your government will take on debt, so you don't have to." Obviously, this came from a man who never thinks about monetary policy or doesn't think about fiscal policy either. Can you imagine a Prime Minister saying the government will take on debt so that Canadians don't have to? Who does he think pays the debt back? Who pays the debt back, Madam Speaker, is my question. Does he think he can just print money? Well, obviously he actually does think he can just print money, which he has done over the last year that caused the inflation crisis of Canadians. When you look at what the prices have done at the grocery store, more and more Canadians are going to the grocery store and just seeing they can't buy the essentials to feed their family. And that is a direct cause of this Prime Minister's lack of knowledge when it comes to fiscal and monetary policy because he doesn't think about it, Madam Speaker. The grocery prices that we've seen continue to go up because of the policies of these Liberals. And then inflation happens, and then what did we see? We saw the increase of mortgages across this country, and people are finding it harder and harder to pay a mortgage. And Madam Speaker, when it comes down to it, when people can't afford the groceries they need for their kids, they can't afford to keep a roof over their head because of the doubling of mortgages and the doubling of rent based on this reckless fiscal policy of this Prime Minister, then they look at something like this. They look at this debate and they wonder, how on earth could a government headed by these Liberal NDPs spend $400 million of our money and give it to their friends and party insiders? Those are the questions we get in the riding. How do they think it is? They think they're above the law because they give money to their friends and family, and people are left holding the bag. So I hopefully my friend from the Kingston and the Islands can get on his feet and explain how if a government goes into debt, that the Canadian taxpayer doesn't pay that money back through taxation and increase taxes. I think that's one of the reasons they have such an infatuation with the carbon tax, Madam Speaker, is because they are trying to get money any way they can from Canadians. And if they use this tax policy, not an environmental policy, they get more money into the coffers. And then on top of that, which is not in the book, but it should be a scandal, then the NDP Liberals charge GST on the carbon tax that they're charging Canadians. It's a tax on a tax, Madam Speaker, which I get many questions in my office how that's even legal, that you can tax a tax. We're going on to a few more scandals, Madam Speaker. Oh, the more than 72 secret orders and councils that they have passed over the last 9 years, Madam Speaker. We also have the eliminating mandatory minimums for gun offenses while going after law-abiding firearms owners, like Uncle Joe's rifle that we talked about in question period earlier this day, Madam Speaker. They think for some reason that the actual numbers don't lie. Over the last 9 years of this government, 9 long years of this government, gun crime has increased by 116%. And they think by going after our sport shooters, our law-abiding firearm owners, gun crime's going to go down. I don't understand why they can't wrap their mind around the fact that it is not law-abiding firearms owners that are causing gun crime to go up. It's the illegal guns coming across our border. It's the criminals that are actually breaking the law. So what we need to do is have a common sense policy that gets more border stops, more checks at the borders, and putting criminals in jail where they belong instead of on bail. Madam Speaker, I'll talk about that one for one more minute. The fact that their jail and bail has hurt communities across this country, and one is my community in Grand Coulee, where someone was charged with child pornography and he was let out on conditions the day of his court back into our community. That's what these Liberals have done to this country.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Deputy Health Leader.
I know that the Conservatives like to reference the Prime Minister's comment on monetary policy from a few years ago. I'm curious, could the member give us his perspective on the monetary policy of Canada?
Honourable Member for Regina Lewin.
I was expecting a bit more from the member from Kingston Islands than that. Obviously, he's a little bit slower today for some reason. But the fact that he doesn't understand that you can't spend money that you don't have is a very, very basic principle. And the fact that this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberals have produced more debt and put the country more indebted than all other Prime Ministers combined shows a very lack of fiscal understanding from everyone on those benches.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to follow up on that question because it wasn't only that the Prime Minister didn't want to think about monetary policy, but even more recently, just within the past few weeks, he actually said he wanted to leave the economy to the bankers. So I wanted to ask my colleague about that. Isn't that a total abdication of responsibility by a Prime Minister to say he doesn't want anything to do with the economy? He should just resign.
Member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much for that question. And I think that isn't the only responsibility this Prime Minister has abdicated from. He's abdicated from keeping our streets safe. Crime's gone up all over this country. He's had a total abdication of policy when it comes to legalizing harmful drugs. So the fact that he doesn't think about fiscal policy and he says leave it to the bankers is quite scary. But we see by his printing of billions of dollars and in causing the inflationary crisis that he doesn't have the skills to deal with the job at hand.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député Thérèse.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is an area where I agree with my colleague. regarding the fact that there's an attempt to sweep scandals under the rug. The government has been asked for some time to produce these documents, but it hasn't. So the House of Commons has been paralyzed since September. There's another scandal, too. The We Charity scandal. Once again, I remember that the government managed to sweep it under the rug by proroguing the House. There's another scandal that we don't hear enough about, which is about workers. And I'm talking about the Phoenix pay system that the Conservatives brought into place and that this government promised to repair. But it wasn't done. There's also the EI system that the Conservative government at the time raided and left many unemployed workers struggling to make ends meet. So does my colleague's political party, would his political party be ready to offer an adequate Phoenix pay system and an EI system to help workers? The honourable member knows that I don't have a political party. I'm in this chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the question. There are many, many more scandals. I think I only got number 40 on my list of 75. But I believe, I wasn't here, but I believe that the advice from the then Conservative government was for the Liberals not to continue with the Phoenix pay system and do something different, is what I've been told. So I think there does need to be a system in place to make sure that the workers are paid properly. But I think we go back to the point I made earlier with my honourable colleague is the Liberals are trying to make it just a natural day when another scandal breaks out. They want to get so many scandals that Canadians just shrug it off and say, Liberals are getting liberal. Liberals and scandals are synonymous with each other, and that's not a flaw of the system. That is what they bring when they come to government. They come to government, and scandals follow them everywhere they go. Similar to the NDP in Saskatchewan, scandals followed them everywhere they went as well.
The
Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it's very interesting to hear the Conservatives talk about the elites as though the Conservative Party were not an elite of big CEOs, big companies, financiers throughout Canada. And the proof of the fact that they're hand in hand with these people is that when they were in power, they gave tens of billions of dollars in tax benefits to these big businesses, even though that meant that they ended up having to cut services to people. That hurt veterans, workers. It hurt patients in the health system. And in fact, due to their cuts, they weren't even then able to balance the budget, although they finally were able to do so only through a fire sale that they did in 2015. I have no idea what kind of magical thinking the Conservatives are engaging in. We can't just hand out gifts to big business and then try to compensate by cutting services.
These NDP members are complicit in propping up the most scandal-plagued government in the history of Canada. These NDP members couldn't even stand behind their own leaders' words when they said the Liberals are full of corporate greed and they want to tear up their agreement on their coalition agreement. So I'll take no lessons from an NDP rump roast of a party that can't stand up and support their own leaders' words and prop up the most corrupt government in the history of Canada.
The Honourable Deputy House Leader.
So it's clear from my previous question and his answer that perhaps my friend doesn't quite understand the difference between fiscal policy and monetary policy. Both fiscal and monetary policies are meant to affect an economy and to curb or increase or decrease economic output. Monetary policy is what the Bank of Canada does. It's what the central bank in the United States does. And actually, rightfully so, no government should really put itself in the business of affecting monetary policy. If you don't believe me on that, ask the member for Abbotsford. He made that very clear a few years ago. Fiscal policy is when the government spends or holds back on spending money in order to affect economic output. So given this, can the member now provide me with his thoughts on the monetary policy of Canada?
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
I thank my colleague very much for the lesson in fiscal and monetary policy, which I agree that they need to have a lot more lessons
in his cabinet. So maybe if he got to the cabinet table, he could explain to the finance minister that difference, because her fiscal policy, her fiscal guardrails have done nothing but run this country's economy over the edge and created a dumpster fire of debt. It is amazing that Liberals are so confident, but the number one expense on our budget sheet right now, Madam Speaker, is debt payment. That is horrendous, Madam Speaker, and the fact that this Prime Minister, aided by his NDP colleagues, have driven up debt in this country and accumulated more debt than any other. All the Prime Ministers combined over the history of our country should show that these people are not fit to make monetary or fiscal decisions.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate. The honourable member. Sorry. Yes, the honourable member for Cypress Hills, Grassland.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to give my colleague from Regina Louvan the opportunity. He said he didn't quite get to all of the scandals that he had on his list because there were just so many of them. So I'm just wondering if he wanted to just take the last minute or two remaining in this time to be able to talk a little bit more about some of the scandals the government has been engaged in over time.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that question. Some of the scandals I didn't get to were some of the NDP scandals in Saskatchewan and how poorly they governed our province for 16 long years. They used to call it Roy's Revenge. Roy Romano was the NDP Premier of Saskatchewan that closed 152 hospitals in our province. Devastating health care. Roy Romano closed 175 schools. That was one school for every week he was Premier in our province. That devastated rural Saskatchewan. When the NDP were in power, they were so terrible that they haven't won a seat in rural Saskatchewan since Roy's Revenge. So when you talk about scandals, there's also a little thing called Spudco. The NDP in Saskatchewan lost $56 million, and this is back in 1990, on trying to plant potatoes. Saskatchewan's got pretty good agricultural land. The government lost $56 million in Spudco, and this is the kicker, they had something called Mega Bingo. Only a bunch of socialists would lose money on bingo in Saskatchewan. That program, they lost $20 million because they couldn't get bingo right. That's a failure.
Debate. The honourable member for Foothills.
Madam Speaker, and with the holiday season upon us, I certainly just want to take a moment to wish my constituents in Foothills a very Merry Christmas, as certainly all of us in this House understand that our communities are bustling with Christmas shopping and Christmas carols and holiday lights and the celebration of friends and family. And certainly at this time of the year, I understand the hard work that our volunteers and our community organizers are doing with random acts of kindness that are knitting our communities together. And I just want to take a moment to thank each and every one of them for all of the work that they are doing during this holiday season and making the communities as we know they are. They are showing all of us what Christmas is all about. But Madam Speaker, as proud as I am of my constituency of Foothills, unfortunately the members on the other side of the House are going to be on Santa's naughty list with the number of Liberal scandals and schemes and breaches of ethics and conflicts of interest that they've had over their past 9 years in government. It seems like at the holiday season, while many Canadian parents are struggling to put food on the table or put gifts under the Christmas tree for their kids, the Liberal insiders and bagmen and Liberal members are the only ones that are making off with the Christmas spirit this holiday season, while hardworking Canadians are seeing their paychecks eroded by out-of-control spending, higher taxes, higher inflation, and scandal after scam, Arrive scam, We scandal, SNC Lavalin, and even their own members, like the former minister, the member from Edmonton Centre, who is getting caught in his own scandals one after another as he tries to take advantage of his position as a cabinet minister to enrich his own company. It seems with one hand, the Liberals are taking every scrap and every penny from the Canadian taxpayer, while with the other, they are enriching their friends and doling out taxpayer money to their friends and contractors and insiders. But today, Madam Speaker, we are speaking about one specific scandal. And I wish I could say it was just the latest scandal, but there have been more since this first came to light at the committee stage. But this scandal in particular is egregious in that not only with the price tag that this is a misuse of perhaps more than $400 million of taxpayer dollars, but just the scale in that it is more than 180 documented conflicts of interest. That is one every second day of the year. This group of board of directors that were appointed by the member of Papineau, the Prime Minister, was taking STDC money that was meant to go to innovation and projects as part of a climate change initiative. This green slush fund was being funneled to these members of this board of directors who were voting themselves money that was going to their own companies or companies that they represented. And the scale of that kind of insider trading, for lack of a better description, is what I think frustrates so many Canadians and certainly members of the official opposition. Because, Madam Speaker, this isn't just government dollars. And I know the Prime Minister loves to say that, we're investing in Canadians, we're investing in these projects. What he's investing with is Canadian taxpayers' hard-earned dollars. Well, he used to. Now he's just having to borrow that money because he's blown through whatever the taxpayer has to provide. And that hard-earned dollars that the taxpayers are giving to the government have been directly funneled into the hands of Liberal-appointed board members and the companies they represent. And aside from that fact that this was going to Liberal insiders and Liberal friends, is the fact that the majority of those projects that were approved did not even qualify for the funding from this program. They were illegitimate. And yet, these Liberal-appointed board members found ways to bend the rules, circumnavigate procedure, and ensure that they are enriching their own companies and lining their own pockets. And it's no wonder, Madam Speaker, that the level of trust from Canadians into the political structure and the Liberal NDP government is at an all-time low. And the polls certainly show that the most recent 2-month tax trick and $250 checks are not what the Canadians are buying. And I would say that the list of promises that this Prime Minister has broken would probably make Santa's naughty list blush. And it just seems to happen over and over again. I'd just like to go over a couple. He promised that there would only be a few teeny-weeny deficits in his first 3 years as Prime Minister. After 3 years, he would balance the budget. He promised electoral reform. He promised to reduce taxes on the middle class. And he promised to build more affordable housing. He broke every one of those promises. Every single one. But in retrospect, Madam Speaker, I think one of those promises that he made in the 2015 election, and he continued to say it after he was elected Prime Minister, is the one that I find almost hilarious if it wasn't so painful. And that promise that he made to Canadians in that 2015 election is he promised to Canadians he would have the most open and transparent government in Canadian history. Madam Speaker, that statement now in retrospect is laughable. He is anything but transparent and open. And in fact, this is the second time this Prime Minister has ignored the will and the ruling of the Speaker of this House to table documents in this House of Commons. The second time. The first time, he actually took the Speaker to court. He prorogued government and then called a pandemic election that no Canadian wanted just to hide the level of his scandal. He was trying to hide the documents from the Winnipeg lab scandal from being tabled in the House of Commons. If at first you succeed, I guess try and try again. Those documents were never tabled in the House of Commons because an election was called, and he's trying to do the same thing here with the Green Slush Fund documents that the Speaker of the House has ruled must be tabled in the House of Commons because that is a right that every Canadian deserves to see how their money is being spent. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that Canadians want their money back. They want that $400 million to be put back to this government and spent on things that actually will benefit Canadians. This Prime Minister also promised not very long ago with his Finance Minister in the most recent budget that this deficit would not go over $40 billion. But have you seen in question period for just about every day for the last 2 weeks, the members of the official opposition have been asking the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister, will they stick to that $40 billion guardrail? Now, I would argue, Madam Speaker, that $40 billion deficit is still outrageous. But we are asking the government to say, if you're not going to stick to that guardrail, what is the size of the deficit? Are you going to stick to that self-imposed guardrail, or are you driving Canadians off a fiscal cliff? I think Canadians deserve to know that, and I think it's pretty clear by their unwillingness to answer that question that this is going to be yet another promise broken, that they have blasted through that $40 billion debt promise, and who knows what will be announced on Monday. But the Liberal government tries to spin this as a win. They'll fudge numbers and come up with great phrases like debt to GDP ratio that they're sticking within this window. But Canadians feel it, and they feel it every single day when they try to buy groceries, when they try to put gas in the car, when they're looking to renew their mortgage or heat their homes. They understand that life is not as good as the Liberals will profess. And in fact, Madam Speaker, we're just seeing these levels of scandal and mismanagement when it comes to Canadian taxpayer money to continue to pop up almost on a daily basis. And now we've learned from the Auditor General that the Liberals' CEBA program is yet another billion-dollar boondoggle. In fact, $3.5 billion of taxpayers' money was paid to more than 77 recipients who did not meet the eligibility requirements. That means about 10% of the total $900,000 loan recipients were ineligible for the money they received. And we're asking the government, do they have a plan to get that money back? Get the taxpayers their money back. And thus far, we have not heard a single plan to do that, to accomplish that. And on top of that, the Liberals gave a non-competitive contract to Accenture. And Accenture was allowed to lead the procurement process, which led to Accenture receiving $313 million, or 92% of the total value of the contracts that were awarded to Accenture to deliver the CEBA program. Even worse, they were administrating this program from Brazil, despite telling the government that they were going to be using Canadian experts and Canadian labor. That didn't happen. But, Madam Speaker, it's frustrating, I think, with what's going on right now with the Liberal government trying so hard to block the tabling of these documents that they're willing to seize their own parliament. You know, for all intents and purposes, they have a majority government. The NDP has made that very clear every day. So they should be able to control the calendar of the House of Commons. So they'll be saying, well, the Conservatives are holding everything up. Well, they have a majority. They can make sure that the House of Commons works as it should, but they are refusing to table these documents. And at the meantime, Canadians are lined up at food banks in record numbers, while the NDP Liberal government is lining the pockets of Liberal friends and insiders. A record-shattering number of Canadians are now being forced to access food banks. That's right. And we've said it ad nauseum, Madam Speaker. When you increase taxes on the trucker who moves the food, you increase taxes on processors who manufacture the food, you increase taxes on retailers who sell the food, and you increase taxes on farmers who grow the food, do you know what happens? You increase the cost of food every single day at the grocery store, making it that much more difficult for Canadians to afford it. And one aspect of that, Madam Speaker, is the fact that they are, once again, the Liberal NDP government has voted to quadruple the carbon tax, which will cost Canadian farmers more than $1 billion a year. An average 5,000-acre farm will be paying $150,000 every single year just in carbon taxes. How is that going to ensure that family farms are economically viable, let alone environmentally sustainable? I'm going to go off some numbers of the impact that the carbon tax is having on Canadian food production. And I think that's very important that we talk about that term, Madam Speaker. This isn't just farm families. This is Canadian food production and food security. For greenhouse operators alone, this is costing them $22 million a year. and between $82 and $100 million by 2030. Nearly 1 in 5 farms in Quebec are unable to manage their debt because of rising transportation costs and high interest rates caused by the carbon tax and inflationary spending. This is leaving them unable to compete on the domestic and international markets. 44% of fresh fruit and vegetable growers are already selling at a loss, and 77% of those can't cover their production costs. 77% of produce growers in Canada are on the brink of bankruptcy. Alberta farmers paid $17 million in carbon taxes last year just on natural gas and propane to dry their grain and heat and cool their barns. On April 1st, when the carbon tax increases by 23%, that number will go to $20 million a year. And by 2030, that will be $210 million just by Alberta farmers. Last year, Saskatchewan farmers paid more than $36 million in carbon taxes just to ship their grain by rail. That is not every other cost. That is not the cost of natural gas and propane to dry their grain, heat and cool their barns, or manage their greenhouses. This is just the carbon tax bill that is passed on to them by CN and CPKC Rail. Next year, when that carbon tax goes up 23%, that number will be $57 million. And we asked CN, and this was really interesting, Madam Speaker. The Liberal member from Kings Hants, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, was stunned when he asked the representatives of the rail lines at committee last week, are you passing on the entire cost of the carbon tax to grain elevators and farmers? Their answer was, yeah, of course we are. Are you serious? You think the rail lines are going to absorb the cost of the carbon tax? They're not going to pass that on to the farmers and the grain elevators? Why would they pay that? And every day the Liberals can't believe that the carbon tax is costing farmers money. They don't qualify for the rebates. They don't qualify for the Canadian Entrepreneur Rebate because the vast majority of them are incorporated. This is exactly the consequences of bad policy without actually talking to producers. They could have done so much for Canadian farmers when we pointed out the mistakes in their policy, such as the original legislation on the price on pollution. We brought forward Bill C-234, which would have eliminated the carbon tax on natural gas and propane, saving farmers that $1 billion a year. But Liberal-appointed senators, and now unfortunately the Bloc, who at one time used to stand for rural Canada and rural Quebecers and Quebec farmers, have now withdrawn their support of Bill C-234, which Liberal-appointed senators gutted in the Senate, eliminating 90% of the benefits of Bill C-234, which every single agriculture stakeholder supports, whether that's cattle, grain, supply management, all of them support 234, except the Liberal government, and now, unfortunately, the Bloc, who have turned their back on rural Quebec farmers. All of this just to save the Prime Minister's carbon tax and perhaps to continue to prop up this Liberal government. But, Madam Speaker, what's frustrating, certainly we hear from farmers every single day on how difficult it is for them to manage the increase in input costs, especially when the Liberal government puts on a carbon tax, tariff on fertilizer, which has increased fertilizer prices more than 150%. I know, that's incredible, right? That when you add a tariff to fertilizer, it impacts global prices, despite what our Liberal members might want you to believe. They put in front of pack labeling, change the Canadian Food Guide, pushing for a P2 plastics ban. All of these things have impact not only on farmers, but they also have consequences to the Canadian consumer. And the new numbers, Madam Speaker, are quite staggering. The Daily Bread Food Bank recently released its updated report on food bank use. And just in Toronto, there were 3.49 million client visits to Toronto area food banks, nearly 1 million more than the previous year, and a 273% increase since the pandemic. That means 1 in 10 people in Toronto are being forced to rely on a food bank just to feed their families. And food bank use in Ontario has risen for 8 consecutive years. And in the last 2 years, the number of Ontarians accessing food bank has increased 73%. That's nearly triple the jump in the last 2 years from the 2008 recession. And I know that the Prime Minister said it earlier today, that this is a global recession that has impacted these prices. That's just simply not true. This is a Liberal NDP-made problem that they refuse to fix. In fact, they're doubling down by voting to increase the carbon tax yet again on April 1st and quadrupling that carbon tax to 61 cents a litre. And the facts are clear. Food inflation in Canada is 36% higher than it is in the United States. That clearly shows this isn't a global recession. This is an NDP Liberal recession that is caused by increasing taxes, increasing spending, which is having a trickle-down effect on every aspect of Canada's economy. And rather than learn from those mistakes, they are plowing ahead, as I said, by increasing that carbon tax yet again. And the reason is that, you know, they like to say, well, Canadians just don't understand what we're trying to do. They're not listening. We're in the midst, as the finance minister liked to say, we're in the midst of a vibe session. Canadians they've never had it so good. The finance minister just isn't communicating it well enough. Well, Madam Speaker, I guess the truth is that for the Liberals, they're clearly out of touch because the people they're talking to truly have never had it so good. Liberal insiders, Liberal members, and their friends in corporate Canada who are benefiting from these slush funds and these scandals. Again, while Canadians are lined up at food banks, the Liberal NDP government is lining the pockets of their insiders and their friends. That's right. At the detriment of Canadian taxpayers, who are the ones who are truly paying the bills. And it shows just how out of touch this government is when the finance minister said, you know, I know you can't afford to put grocery on the table and food on the table, but the solution to that is just cancel your Disney Plus, park your car and ride your bike. I would love the finance minister to come to my rural Alberta riding where we had 2 feet of snow a week ago to say, I just need you guys to park your truck and ride your bike. It seems like a joke, Madam Speaker, but this isn't a joke. I'll finish with this. This is about the level of this scandal, Madam Speaker. This is $400 million of taxpayer money that they need to explain to Canadians why they blew it.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was going to start by saying I want to thank my friend for his remarks, but I think his leader has some people up in the gallery with notepads, so I don't want to get him in trouble. The second thing I want to acknowledge is I feel bad because I didn't know he was such a proponent of electoral reform, and he seems torn up by the...
The honourable member. I have a point of order from the honourable member for Charlotte
I just want to
St.
remind
James.
you, Madam Speaker, that you're not supposed to reference anyone that's in the gallery.
Agreed, but or not in the gallery. Well, agreed. The honourable member is correct. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
I guess I was right. Apparently, I was right, Madam Speaker. He just brought my point home for me. So I want to thank that member. No, this member is my friend, and I know he cares deeply about rural Canada and agriculture, and I've worked with him on some of these issues, and I'm proud to do so. But one thing I do want to ask him is, he mentioned the Daily Bread Food Bank. He talked about a number of affordability issues, or affordability measures. He campaigned in the last election on the exact tax break, GST break, that we voted on last week. And I just want him to explain to me and explain to this House and how he can reconcile supporting it then and not supporting it now when it's going to help the very people in his constituency he was talking about today. Thank you, Madam.
Honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to check and make sure everything's okay. I don't recall this happening, but I guess I missed that all. But you got me a little freaked out. But Madam Speaker, this vote last week was about confidence in this government more than anything. And I voted against what is a 2-month tax trick that I've heard from all of my small business owners is extremely cumbersome for them to make all of these changes, for what is going to be a 2-month break for about $4 for Canadians, but it's going to increase our debt by $7 billion. I don't think the cost-benefit analysis is worthwhile, but this vote came down for myself as a vote of non-confidence in this NDP Liberal government, and I can back that any day of the week.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to rectify the facts. In his speech, the colleague said that the Bloc is against farmers because we were against C-234, but I'll remind him of the facts. It was studied in the Senate. The Senate made an amendment to accelerate the process. We're ready to accept the amendment and to approve the bill as it is. That's what our critic for agriculture said last January. So every time the bill has come back before the House of Commons, the Conservatives have had filibusters and put speakers up so that it can't be voted on. They are delaying the passage of this bill. Why are they doing that to farmers?
Foothills.
Merci beaucoup pour ma colleague.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Let's put the facts, Madam Speaker. They support an amended 234, which has neutered the bill. The Bloc supported the bill as it was when it went to the Senate. The Senate neutered it, taking away literally 90% of the benefit of that bill. The Bloc does not support an unamended 234, which is what our Canadian farmers want. There is no sense passing 234 as it is amended because it does not benefit Canadian farmers. What he is saying is they support basically a nothing bill. And that's not what Conservatives are fighting for. We are fighting for our farmers and ranchers right across this country who want that break on the carbon tax from natural gas and propane.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I also would like to thank the Honourable Member for his speech. Throughout it, he was talking about affordability, absolutely, and wanting to ensure that people who have been feeling, of course, that increase in grocery prices, food prices, household prices, that they feel some relief. New Democrats actually tried to put forward a couple motions. One was on removing the GST off of home heating. The other was putting a price cap on groceries and food items, the essential food items, both of which the Conservative Party here voted against. I would love for him to explain why, considering he's so concerned with those affordability issues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hills.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It was a Conservative motion, I believe, brought forward by the leader of the Conservative Party to remove the carbon tax from home heating and the GST from new homes. So we have taken those measures. The NDP has kind of followed along, but I think what comes down to it is, my question to the NDP is, your leader comes out every day saying about how awful the Liberal government is and they're weak and they're beholden to the corporate Canada, like she says, the grocery store CEOs, and yet every time they have a chance to send a message to those Canadians and to fight for affordability, they support this Liberal government, which is the most corrupt government in Canadian history.
Questions and comments. Question? Right here. Gentleman has a comment? A question? Moment. We have time. Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the member. And this is something that the Conservatives haven't told Canadians about the carbon tax. So I hope the Conservatives are paying attention. If Canada had no carbon tax, Madam Speaker, Canadian farmers exporting to the European Union, for example, could face significant challenges under the carbon border adjustment mechanism. With that, how would farmers that are exporting deal with tariffs if Canada didn't have the carbon tax or carbon pricing? Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I appreciate my colleague's question, but I have to correct him. The European Union does not have a carbon border adjustment on agricultural products. So you're misleading Canadians by assuming that we are being blocked from access to European markets because if we didn't have a carbon tax. That's just simply not true. The European Union does not have carbon border adjustments on agricultural products. And I think it's even worse than that. We are uncompetitive on the global market because of that carbon tax. We are putting a burden on Canadian farmers that American farmers don't have to deal with. And 60% of our products go south, not to the European Union. Our focus should be an in-line and competitive on a tax and regulatory regime with our biggest trading partner and our biggest competitor, which is the United States.
Here, here. Comments, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grassroots.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to get back to the Green Slush Fund. I want to thank my honourable member from the Foothills. I'll just wait for a second. Okay, for the honourable member from the Foothills, this is interesting because SDTC was started in 2001. It was actually a pretty good government agency for a long time until the Liberals filled the board with appointments in 2018. And then we've had this $400 million slush fund that Canadians want to know where the money is coming from. To the honourable member, your thoughts on this, as it was with technology, green technology, innovation. It was once good in 2001, but they've destroyed this now with their partisan appointments in 2018.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Well, I think I want to thank my honourable colleague from Saskatchewan for that question. I think the Green Slush Fund is just an example of when good things can go bad in the wrong hands. And I would say when we, in 2015, as an example, when the Liberals formed government, we left them with a very sound financial situation, a balanced budget. It took them about 30 seconds to demolish what the previous Conservative government under Prime Minister Harper had worked very hard to build and leave Canada with a very strong financial foundation, which we will find out on Monday, just the scale and the scope of how poorly a Liberal-led government in every aspect has left Canada's financial foundation in ruin.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable friend, who is a fantastic advocate for farmers across the country, he talked a lot about the issues and the policies this government has foisted upon farmers that are hamstringing them and making them uncompetitive. One thing that I'd like him to talk about is the absolute disaster that is the capital gains tax increases on the farmers and how it's going to hamper succession planning. We had heartbreaking stories about young farmers that aren't going to be able to continue on the family farm because of this capital gains increase, and the fact that the minister hasn't talked to anyone and didn't even know that it was in the budget.
For Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Regina Louvain, who has been an outstanding advocate for Canadian agriculture and farm families. And he is exactly right. This is another example of the Liberals plowing through a policy without giving it in the least bit of due diligence. And when my colleague from Regina Louvain asked the Minister of Agriculture, did you know that the capital gains inclusion rate change was going to be in the budget? And he said no. And he's asked him again, how many farm groups and farmers have you consulted with after the fact? And have you brought those comments to the cabinet table? And again, no answer. At the committee, we've had farmers literally crying about the impact this is going to have on their ability, that young generation, to take on the family farm, but burdened by additional debt. But more so, the years of succession planning that's gone on to that is going to devastate the retirement of many farm families, which is going to be detrimental.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honor and privilege to be able to rise to speak on behalf of the great people of Southwest Saskatchewan. I just want to take a moment here to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. I just want to point out that we're in the Advent season. The first two candles of the Advent wreath have been lit, with the first candle, of course, being hope and the second candle being faith, and the third candle coming up this coming Sunday will be the candle which represents joy. Now, I do want to take some time, Madam Speaker, here at the beginning to speak a little bit about some of the good work that is happening around Southwest Saskatchewan. I think of all the families, all the businesses that have been put into hard times based on the cost of living crisis, a lot of which has been caused by this government, and many of the scandals that this government is being caught in are leading to a lot of the issues that are being caused here. We look at what the deficit's going to be on Monday when the Finance Minister finally lets this House know what that number is. It's going to be shocking to a lot of Canadians. So it's no surprise to a lot of people when they look at what's going on with our food banks and with all the different organizations going on and what they're up to. So I want to highlight a couple great organizations that I saw in the news and a couple individuals as well. Last week when I was flipping through the local news, I saw a family in Swift Current. They're at Canadian Tire shopping, and they said it's one of their family traditions. They go and they fill an entire shopping cart full of toys. And the Salvation Army, they have a program called Mountain of Toys, and they have over 500 children that are signed up for a program to be able to get a couple of Christmas presents this year. And one family in particular, the Harlows family, their daughters Kaylee and Taylor, they went and filled an entire shopping cart full of toys and piled them up on day one of this event that the Salvation Army puts on in Swift Current. So I really want to give a big shout out to the Harlows family for doing that. I also saw Hobie Yard Maintenance and Lawns. They have they also went and filled a couple shopping carts as well to be able to pile onto the mountain of toys. So a quick shout out to them for doing that as well. I did see also up in Kindersley a couple different things that had happened. The Kindersley and District Food Bank, the Salvation Army there, the West Central Crisis and Family Support Center, they have a drive as well to get food and toys for people in need. On top of that, also the Kindersley and District Co-op and the RCMP, they had a toy drive day called it was called Cram the Cruiser, and they managed to fill an RCMP truck cruiser 4 times with food and toys for kids in the area. So that was remarkable. They also got 360 food bags filled for families in the area, and they also had over $7,300 in cash donations that were donated to the Salvation Army to be able to help families in need this Christmas season. And I know there are several other great organizations who are also doing similar things. I don't have enough time to list all of them here tonight, but a few of those great groups as well, like the Kinsmen and Kinettes, amongst others in various communities, are doing great work to try to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to have a warm meal, to be able to have a few presents underneath the tree for their kids, and to be able to truly celebrate the joy, the hope, and love that Christmas really means and is reflected upon. So just want to give a big shout out to those people who have done these great things. Now, Madam Speaker, when we look at the SDTC fund and over 180 conflicts of interest, over $330 million that the Auditor General was able to find in her time auditing this, there's many irregularities that have occurred over time. And I'll be able to spend more time tomorrow when I finish my speech to be able to really break it down and get into a lot of these things. But when I look at $330 million that were identified by the Auditor General, and I start to think about what $330 million could mean for organizations, what it could mean for families. When you look at the inflationary crisis that we're still dealing with, when you look at over the last number of years, you look at how much money people now have to pay to buy essentials to put on their table, $330 million that was misappropriated and given to these organizations, individuals, that would have went a long way towards helping keep that number a little bit lower for families and having to the groceries they have to buy and the toys they're looking to buy this time of year. Madam Speaker, and I see that I'm up for my time today. I look forward to continuing this discussion tomorrow.
Great job, in accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House to now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking tonight about the Liberals' Indigenous procurement scandal. And we need to be very clear about what Indigenous leaders have repeatedly told us at the various committees that have been studying this. And that is that abuses under this Liberal government of Indigenous procurement have become systemic. The Assembly of First Nations said that the majority of those who benefit from these procurement set-asides are actually not Indigenous. Liberals have trumpeted a 5% target, but Chief Joanna Bernard from the AFN has said it is closer to 1%. We've repeatedly heard from Indigenous witnesses. Every Indigenous group has said there are serious major problems in this program. Now, sometimes it's people like the member for Edmonton Centre outright pretending to be Indigenous for personal advantage. And in some cases, you have shell companies or shady joint ventures that are set up to exploit these programs with all of the benefit going to non-Indigenous actors. And we had another example revealed of this week, a very significant example. The auditor who was involved in looking at the Canadian Healthcare Agency's joint venture. This was a non-Indigenous company, Canadian Healthcare Agency, that was supposedly in joint venture with an Indigenous company. The reality was that according to the evidence we heard, the Indigenous side of this partnership was exploited. All of the benefit and all of the work went to the Canadian Healthcare Agency. Now, at the time, this was years ago, the auditor himself came forward and brought the fact that he thought there was criminal activity, fraud, that there was the invention of names of employees, that there was fraud going on. And people attempt to defraud the government. We know that. But in this case, the government was told by the auditor about an instance of fraud, and he was told that they didn't want to bring it to the RCMP. He recommended it be brought to the RCMP, and unbelievably, the government decided not to share this information with the RCMP. Now, you have the issue with the member for Edmonton Centre pretending to be Indigenous and his company, Global Health Imports, misrepresenting itself as Indigenous-owned to try to get these contracts. You have now this issue of Canadian Healthcare Agency. But more broadly, you have Indigenous leaders saying systematically that you have abuses of this program and that this Liberal government is interested in championing claims that they've made progress in terms of their target, and so they have an incentive to turn a blind eye when these abuses take place. On the one hand, you have bad actors, non-Indigenous companies, who have an incentive to misrepresent their identity, to pretend to be Indigenous to get these contracts. And on the other hand, you have a government that is more interested in virtue signaling than in actually achieving results. They're more interested in being able to make statements claiming they've realized their targets when they haven't. So companies misrepresent themselves as Indigenous to get these contracts, and the government turns a blind eye in order to be able to say that they've achieved targets that in reality they haven't achieved. And we've seen over the months that Conservatives have been looking into this and bringing attention to this abuse, that Liberals have tried to cover it up, tried to cast aspersions at us and make all kinds of claims to bury the reality. But here's the reality. We know now that they had information brought to them about criminal activity, fraud, by those that were pretending to be Indigenous in order to take these contracts that were intended for Indigenous peoples. The victims of this are the taxpayer and Indigenous communities. You had this evidence brought to the government, and they, in fact, buried it. They didn't bring it forward. So why have the Liberals failed so bad, and why haven't they prioritized results?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I acknowledge that we are on unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people tonight. Madam Speaker, here we are again. It's truly incredible that the member would suggest he supports Indigenous people the day after every single MP in his caucus voted against essential funding for Indigenous healthcare, housing, school food, school infrastructure, including 2 schools in my home province in New Brunswick. And earlier last week, it was his party that blocked the First Nation Clean Water Act from moving forward to the Senate. We will take no lessons from Conservatives when it comes to standing up for Indigenous peoples. Madam Speaker, many allegations are being made in this House that haven't been backed up, and I'd like to just specifically address the member from Edmonton Centre. The company in question was never listed on the Indigenous Business Directory. I want to be crystal clear that what this means. That means that the company has never been part of the government's procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. It was never listed on the IBD. The company was not awarded any contracts through the procurement strategy for Indigenous businesses. The member has spent hours at the Government Operations Committee hearing about this program. I would think it would be well understood by now, but here we are again. I will say that relevant concerns have been raised in our committee work, and I'll point out that if a problem is suspected with the supplier's business integrity, the case can be referred to Public Services and Procurement Canada to be assessed. Based on the assessment of each situation's specific circumstances, PSPC may then take steps to suspend or debar the supplier from future contracts awarded with the Government of Canada, rightly so. Madam Speaker, I think it's most important to note that the good this program has done and that it's supported by Indigenous leaders and has benefited many Indigenous businesses across the country. The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan also heard about this yesterday at the Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, where witnesses like Brian Doxeter, an entrepreneur and member of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, told the member how a joint venture specifically with a non-Indigenous company allowed his business to grow and create more jobs for Indigenous people. Fundamentally, these programs are a building block towards economic reconciliation, which is a cornerstone of supporting strong, healthy Indigenous communities. The procurement strategy is a catalyst for forging long-term relationships that help businesses build capacity and achieve self-sufficiency. Involving Indigenous businesses in the supply chain creates a wealth of opportunities that often stay in their home communities. This in turn supports local economic development, helps to develop employment opportunities, skill building, generates revenue, and all of this can help support the preservation of Indigenous cultures. Indigenous leaders have told us that they support the program and they want it to stay. We will work with Indigenous partners to ensure ongoing improvements of the program moving forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, it is sad to see the government now take this posture. In fact, it was earlier this week that the Minister of Indigenous Services seemed to be sort of making some progress in admitting that there was a serious problem. The Minister of Indigenous Services has said, after even more information came out that frankly I suspect she was aware of months ago, that, there's going to be now an investigation. And yet you have the Parliamentary Secretary taking this defensive posture. Here are the facts. Indigenous identity fraud is rampant in programs run by this government. And Indigenous identity fraud is when people that are not Indigenous are pretending to be Indigenous in order to take benefits that are supposed to go to Indigenous people. Over 1,000 businesses have had to be removed from the Indigenous Business Directory, and yet there have been zero consequences. There have been no consequences for any business. Indigenous identity fraud is rampant, and yet there have been no consequences for those who engage in Indigenous identity fraud. Why?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, the member knows that the removal of a business from the Indigenous Business Directory can be for a whole host of reasons. We heard specific examples from witnesses that came forward to speak in committee. For example, a status card expiring. So there's some leaps being made here. And the minister has also committed to an external audit of the program to again encourage that ongoing improvement in collaboration with partners and listening to those Indigenous leaders, not only when it benefits the narrative that they're trying to spin. The continued exclusion of Indigenous people from our economy costs the Canadian economy $27.7 billion every year. The Indigenomics Institute projects that the Indigenous economy has the potential to grow from $32 billion to $100 billion in the next 5 years. So when First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities have access to economic opportunities, we all benefit, Madam Speaker, and that's what this program is all about. It seems we all agree on initiatives like the 5% minimum target are important and worth protecting, and as I already said, we will continue to improve and support the program to make sure it's delivering for First Nations, Inuit, and Métis businesses and communities. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So we're continuing today asking about the Immigration Levels Plan, and I want to draw the attention of the Parliamentary Secretary to Annex 4, this loose leaf piece of paper that was added to the annex. There was actually a separate document. There was a printed document and a bunch of loose leaf printed pieces of paper off a photocopier. And I'd like to draw the attention to the Parliamentary Secretary to these following numbers because they are in the plan. The plan assumes that in 2025, 816,900 persons will be allowed into the country, and in 2026, 659,036. Now, if you look at the outflows numbers, it assumes 1.26 million will leave the country, 1.1 million will leave the country in 2026. Combined together, that is a net 900,000 people that are supposed to leave the country in those 2 calendar years. When I asked the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship how these people were going to be made to leave, whether they were mandatory or voluntary measures, he had no answer, widely covered in the media that he could not answer such basic questions. So my question to the Parliamentary Secretary is, for these 900,000 people which are expected as outflows, which means they will exit the country, what are the mandatory measures to ensure they do so? What are the voluntary measures so they do so?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I do want to say, Madam Speaker, that our first and foremost priority at the moment is to take concrete and immediate actions at the borders to show Canadians and our U.S. partners that our shared border is secure and that we continue to work to improve its integrity. To that end, Madam Speaker, we are working on a strong, smart, and tough border plan, which includes immediate actions at the border, as well as short-term investments and measures to bolster our posture. Our government has made significant efforts, Madam Speaker, in the past years to combat cross-border criminality and transnational organized crime, particularly around the issues of human smuggling, drugs, and firearms smuggling, as well as trafficking. In Budget 2024 alone, we've announced funding totaling $399.5 million over 5 years, and $69.2 million ongoing for the CBSA to support the processing of asylum claims and facilitate removals. The results, Madam Speaker, speak for themselves. We have recently seen record-breaking seizures of methamphetamine as well as cocaine, alongside arrests linked to firearms trafficking. Madam Speaker, collaborative efforts between the CBSA, the RCMP, as well as other Canadian and international law enforcement partners, such as the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, have been central in clamping down on cross-border threats. Partnerships with U.S. law enforcement, their agencies, their partners, have already enabled several successful law enforcement actions, including, Madam Speaker, Project Moneypenny, a collaboration that saw the disruption of a firearms trafficking operation and led to the seizure of 173 smuggling firearms, drugs, and other proceeds of crime, coupled with dozens of arrests. These great examples of cooperation between all partners and successful stories of seizures show clearly, Madam Speaker, that our system is working, that our border is secure, and that Canadians and Americans are safe. And we have no intention to stop here, Madam Speaker. We will continue to invest and support our law enforcement and border agencies to ensure that they have the human resources as well as the tools that they need to enhance the security and integrity of our border and to respond to any potential threats or surges well into the future. That is why, in coming days, Madam Speaker, our government will make further announcements to strengthen Canada's border security posture. These additional measures will focus on providing the resources as well as the tools that the RCMP and the CBSA need, whether it be by leveraging new technologies, providing additional drones and helicopters, or put more boats on boots on the ground and boats in the water to ensure that all areas be controlled. I hope that all my colleagues will join me in supporting these important measures, Madam Speaker, so that we can move swiftly on ensuring a smarter, stronger, and tougher border. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary said that the border was secure. Perhaps he'd like to comment on this headline from the Globe and Mail that read, Jordanian terror suspect deported from the United States had crossed the Canada-US border illegally twice. This is a person who crossed illegally into Canada in 2017, made a refugee claim, was rejected for that refugee claim at the same refugee board that now has a 260,000 application backlog, and then failed, was rejected, was not deported from this country, crossed illegally into the United States, was apprehended by American authorities, and then was deported to his country of origin because he was a known terror suspect. Perhaps the Parliamentary Secretary would like to amend his statement that the border is in fact secure when we have massive border disorder. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, frankly, alarmist discourse that feeds into disinformation about the security of our border are not helpful and undermine the Team Canada approach that we have taken with provinces as well as territories on this issue. Just today, the First Ministers were meeting with the Prime Minister to go through many issues, such as the one we're discussing this evening. I, Madam Speaker, have total confidence in the ability of these brave women and men who every single day work tirelessly to keep our border safe and secure. And we will continue to support them because they support us by increasing human resources, technologies, Madam Speaker, and the equipment that they need to continue to protect the integrity of our border and ensure border security readiness in the face of uncertainties. Madam Speaker, we will do so while also strengthening our collaboration with provincial, municipal, Indigenous, and American law enforcement partners. Madam Speaker, I invite my colleagues to let their political agenda behind and join us in speaking in unity to show that Canada is and will continue to be a strong, reliable...
And we are done. We are done. We are done. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.